Good evening, everyone. Welcome to All Roads Lead to Rome. This is episode 45, Inconsequential Decisions. This is a Vampire the Masquerade game intended for mature audiences. So, thank you all for listening. Hope you enjoy it and have a great evening. Okay, guys, welcome back. Thanks for showing up. First game in July. So, to recap last session as best as I can recall, everybody's down in the cave except for one ghoul who is standing on top side, manning the rope to escape.
Yep.
You have taken a couple of torches with you, about 500 meters between string and rope. You got about 500 meters of lifeline available to you. That's quite a bit, actually. Like I said, a couple of torches, some ignition sources, and each of you had fed a little bit. And right before we finished up last session, Albina unfortunately could not handle the pain of the glyph that she touched, and it drove her into the water and sapped away some of her will. The water fortunately shocked her back into sense, and she managed to pull herself back into the cave, albeit dripping wet and pride a little bit damaged. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we changed some stuff with her after met.
Yeah, that was the after.
That's after the change.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. It is about midnight, due to all the hunting and stuff you guys have done. So,
Chris, do not forget the two closest person next to Sibyl. If you remember the thing, or
I remember. So, you will notice I have purposefully not placed a map on the screen.
God damn it.
Sorry, what you didn't?
I purposely did not put a map on the screen. That is the only picture you're going to get.
To match the not knowing where the fuck we're going.
Okay.
The impression of displacement.
Cool.
Alright. So, you guys are inside the cave. You've lit up at least one torch. You've lit your first torch. The area surrounding the torch is perfectly bright in a 1 meter radius. There are if you are anything within that 1 meter can be seen perfectly fine by everyone.
Okay.
1 meter out of that, everything is at a +1 difficulty, and beyond that, it is too dark to see.
Okay.
So you can see approximately 6 feet in any direction surrounding the person with the torch.
Cool. So not like we can't see the ceiling.
You actually can see the ceiling. It is not terribly tall in here. This is actually a little bit of a cavern, so it is a little bit taller. You can see some tool marks and stuff where people have chiseled stone out.
Really?
Yeah, this is a...
Do they look...
So this is a little more tall, but you can see just enough, a little bit deeper inside this cavern, where it actually becomes a tunnel where the ceiling is much lower. You could probably reach up and touch it if you wanted to.
Interesting. Is there water source? Do we hear water drops or stuff like that?
You do not actually hear any water running or anything like that.
Okay, so it seems rather a dry cave. Cool.
And I believe like I said, it's dirty, dusty. But you can see it looks like nobody's been here in a long time.
Okay. And in that radius of light, is there any human skeletons?
No, there is no signs of any skeletons or tools or anything like that down here.
Okay.
Hatshepsut, how far have you went to?
Up to the first fork.
Great.
So is it... So how further from here you know it?
Out of character, do I remember?
It's about 50 meters or so into the darkness that you traveled.
Okay, so presumably we'd be converting that into Roman unit.
So about 150 feet is how far you traveled.
Around 150 feet.
Yep. I don't care who, but the two people closest to Sybil, you guys decide who that is, would please roll a perception plus alertness check. This is going to be both sight and hearing based. And Auspex definitely helps for all these.
Let's see. I would imagine that Hatshepsut goes first because this is her shtick, and Nicodemus would probably offer to go second.
Yeah.
And
For
if
clarifying,
we're not count...
I believe Sybil
Sienna,
said
then it
she's
means
staying
it's
in
me
the
and
back.
Yeah.
I'm in the like least back, you know, behind everyone.
Yeah, so it means it's me and Albina who roll.
Yep.
What was that?
Perception alertness.
Perception plus alertness plus it's not sight based.
It is both sight and hearing.
Oh well. That's
So
good
just
for
make
me.
one roll though.
It's difficulty 6, right?
Yeah,
unmodified.
it's enough in the light to be 6. You definitely catch what was going on, Nicodemus.
Can you hear the spirits, Hatshepsut? What do they say?
Are there
Should
any
I-
spirits here?
I don't know if Albina has caught this yet, but Nicodemus, as you are starting to move deeper into the actual caves and passages, you see Sybil walk up next to the stonework. Albina, you see this, but you don't hear it.
Is it the same stonework that Albina touched?
Yeah. And Sybil doesn't touch it, but she says something in a tongue you do not speak. It just kind of
Touch it,
whispers
Sybil.
something, and then kind of looks like she's trying to listen, and nods her head and keeps going, and follows behind you.
Yeah, and then I probably go under obfuscate at that point when we start going deeper inside the cave. And I would like to say I hold one of the torches, but unlight. It's not light. It's I'm just holding it in my hand.
Yeah.
The torch.
Which probably raises a good question. Who is holding the torch? Is it Hatshepsut in front?
Whoever's in the middle, so probably Nicodemus.
Well, sure.
Puts Hatshepsut up front, and if Labiana shows up, we'll figure out where she is in the order.
Do we know where we're going? Do the spirits say anything? Hatshepsut, you were so driven. Please tell me you know something.
Out of character. Are the spirits even here? Are there even spirits here?
There is nothing here. It is dead.
No, this deep.
It's more than dead. Nicodemus shrivels and tries in vain to pierce the darkness beyond them.
You notice
Well,
there is no reflections here. Certain rocks, so you guys have been in enough underground passages and stonework by now that sometimes the rock glitters or reflects the light a little bit further down, diffracts it. It doesn't do that here. It almost swallows it.
It's okay. So does it look natural or rather odd thing?
That's going to be a perception plus occult roll.
Okay.
All right, so Sybil, as you were walking, you notice the deeper into this first passage you go, the thicker the dust gets. And it's not just dirt, it's almost spongy, maybe a little sticky.
What did I anyhow see such an thing before? Like
No,
this
you
kind
have
of...
not. But this is clearly what's deadening the sound here. It's deadening any kind of... It's deadening the echoes of your walking. It's sucking up the light to keep you from being able to see any further than your torch illuminates.
See, and it's something between liquid and
It's
solid,
like...
is that so?
It's not liquid, but it's about the consistency of sticky, thick concrete, wet concrete.
I see. Okay, that's strange. Cool. I say nothing to keep my obfuscate active and to follow the group. And I would like to remind that I will use my merit to remember whatever I see within the light's
Okay.
range.
So I'm going to call on you periodically to make some intelligence plus alertness rolls at difficulty 7 to remember every twist and turn that you take.
Okay, cool.
All right. So,
By the way,
go ahead.
I wanted to remind me. I wanted you to remind me what kind of precautions we have taken last session to ensure we don't get lost.
You have brought
thought
enough
we discussed
cordage. You can tie yourselves together. You have brought enough cordage to pay out about 500 meters, so 1,500 feet of cordage. You brought some chalk with you, as I recall.
Going to be like marking like each turn.
All right, so you travel down this passage, and eventually you come to a spot where you must go left or right.
Let's mark this. And
Do I see anything looking peering down to each of the passage?
No. The passage appears to be entirely natural. There are no indications of anything that tells you what is down any side. It is a blind choice at this point.
What about the ground in each pet? Are they different? Is there some
Nope.
stuff?
There appears to be a continuation of where you're walking now. Loose gravel on the ground, again thick dust, but nothing obvious that says anything about the choice.
Nicodemus takes a moment to, under level 1 obfuscate, is going to carve a sign in the wall to make note of the exit,
Okay.
just in case the chalk wears off or someone rubs it in.
Yeah, that's no problem. You take a moment to do that. You take a little chisel and chisel in a little arrow. So, which way would you like to turn?
Left.
Why left? Is it instinct? Or you know something?
Pretty much instinct.
That's good for me. Just, uh, just a moment. Nicodemus steps to each of the turns inside and listens and inhales for a moment, just to
The
take
air
a
is
gauge of the directions.
stale. The air is absolutely stale. Like there is no air movement at all in here.
Both directions,
Yes, all directions.
and nothing of interesting auditory-wise.
Correct.
And Auspex heightened senses does not help.
Even with that, it's completely silent other than the noises you are making.
Let's go left then. Lead on.
So, should I make intelligence alertness roll now?
Not just yet.
Okay.
Okay. You eventually travel about another 130 meters to another intersection. And this will be your first roll, Sybil.
Okay. 7.
And it is a four-way crossroad here, so you can go left, right, or straight.
Theoretically, we could also go back, but, you know.
Yes, of course you could go back.
Nicodemus takes a moment to repeat the deed he has done at the last crossroad, making sure he's making it at the same height. By the way, how
Forward.
moist are the words anyway? The
The
walls.
walls are actually very dry, but the dust, as I said, is that you are walking in, is not, strangely, not kicking up. It's not real powdery. It's actually kind of sticky. So it's clinging a little bit to your boots or your sandals. If you drag your fingers along the walls are dry, but the dust is kind of clayey, like wet clay almost.
Does it, when they touch, if they touch it, does it stick to their hands?
It does.
Fingers?
So it leaves a residue on their hands.
But does it like, how to describe it? Like when they pull their fingers, does it kind of bridge like thing, you know, extending from the wall? Does it also happen?
No, that doesn't like pull out like that. It just, if you've ever made like egg whites where you whip them to be really thick,
Mm-hmm.
and then it says, you know, pull it to points, to where the points stand up. That's what it's like.
Well, we don't know how this thing reacts to heat, right? We still didn't see anything.
All right.
It's
So
bad time.
Hatshepsut's going straight.
We all
She
follow.
moves forward into the darkness.
Nicodemus goes right after.
Yes.
Standing behind, taking my time to remember and just following.
All right, you guys travel straight another couple hundred meters, couple hundred yards. The passage twists and turns, but only ever in one direction. There's no branches. It goes left and then right and then left, and then you end up at a dead end.
Alright. Well, before we turn back, I'd take a closer look at the wall of the dead end.
Yeah, let's manhandle this wall.
What about the ceiling of the...
Everything
Is it
appears to
cinema?
be normal cave. The ceiling is the cracked rock that's been since you got in the cave. The walls are rough, but not terribly sharp. The floor, again, is uneven, little bits of gravel, but no big boulders, no big stalagmites or stalactites growing up or coming down. Everything just appears to be uniform.
So nothing that like a roll would reveal.
No, correct.
Okay. In that case,
It's almost
turn
like it's
back.
been designed to make you lose your way.
Oh, well.
It's
There's
almost
clearly
like there's
something is hiding
purposefully
something.
nothing here for you to identify with.
And lose our precious time.
And
But-
there is no either a hole or something to it.
No, there is nothing here.
Well, then turn back. Retrace our steps.
You eventually
That's
retrace
the-
your steps, no problems, and you get back to the crossroads. I would need everybody to make perception plus occult rolls once you get back to the crossroads.
Oh boy.
I don't. Okay. Perception. Plus control.
Auspex does help here.
Does my
This
Edict-
means Albina got 2 successes.
okay? Is this related with my edict memory?
No, this is something else.
Oh.
So Nicodemus wielding the torch. You guys come up to the crossroads, and he moves the torch into the light to check the carvings and engravings, and they're gone. Everything at this crossroads is once again uniform and unmarked, completely
Meaning-
covered by an unmarked coating of dust.
Meaning the markings that Nicodemus has done prior to going further are gone as well.
Yes, they are
Right.
gone.
Can I try to remove the dust from the position where the markings are placed?
Yes.
See if the dust covered them?
Yes, you can. You do that, and underneath the deep carvings are there. It's like the dust migrated over it in the short amount of time you were gone.
This seems supernatural. The dust shouldn't travel this quick.
And in the meantime, we walked through this cave. There was no bats flying towards us, right?
No,
Like in
there is
movies.
no life.
Are there any animals responding to your hails?
I believe Het has animalism.
Do you want me to try and risk summoning the Minotaur?
I'm not
I-
here.
I don't know,
I'm here,
be
but
honest.
obfuscated.
I don't know. To be honest, seems like we can gain and we can lose. Let's trust
Any-
our senses just for now.
Anyway, while retracing our steps is a bit trickier, it's not impossible, so we don't need to panic yet.
No.
That we can break on the cave, that to leave a marking. Anything like what's those rocks that stand up from the ground?
Stalactites.
One of them that we could break to have that be a mark.
Nope,
It will make us sound.
there's nothing here. There's nothing to do that with.
And it will make a huge sound, right?
This is just the entrance. Once we go in, it's just pure uniform. So
We'll just have to remember to brush this sticky dust off.
next up, let's go with what was originally right but now left.
Okay. It's a very short side passage, and you can go left or right.
Make a mark.
Nicodemus does so. Very thoroughly this time, as if hoping to challenge the dust with the thickness of his strokes.
And then right again.
Okay. You're about 220 meters in now, give or take a little bit. And you can go straight or left.
Straight on. Wait, make a marking.
Of course.
We took left, right, and right.
Yeah.
Straight on this time.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
This passage is long, very long. It is, in fact, by the time you reach the end of it, you realize you're about 500 meters of travel. You have traveled quite a long ways into here. In fact, if your guess is correct, you're no longer even underneath the village of the well, with the well.
Oh shit.
Has anything changed in the way
It is
these
still
terrain looks?
very, it is very uniform as well still. And at this next intersection, you can see it is again. You can go straight or you can go left.
Making a marking for
Now
a
left.
return way.
Okay.
Does
You go left, and this is another very short little cavern. It's actually very short little passage, and it opens up to left, right, or straight.
Left.
All right. You go
Making a
left,
marking.
and again the passage twists and turns. It's kind of serpentine. You follow the walls, and the passage begins to narrow to the point where it's already narrow enough that you basically have to walk single file. You actually have to turn sideways and start shuffling down the passage.
Ooh.
it should be easy
Hatchet
for me.
sits since you're in the lead. Perception alertness, difficulty 6. You have dark sight, so no penalty.
Is Hatshepsut darkness in any way impeded by the light of the torch?
It
Or
actually
it
is
like
inside the radius of the torch.
so it means that Nicodemus should probably at least a meter behind.
Well, she's kind of taking point, so she's not really watching behind her. So it's not really that big of a deal. So, Hatchetsit, there are 3 round objects.
I haven't actually made the roll. That was the earlier
Oh, that's
perception.
the earlier one. Yeah, go ahead and make that roll then, please.
Same result though.
Okay, good. So there are 3 round objects partially buried in the dust. And they're arranged in like a little triangle pattern. And just beyond them, the passage gets really rough. It's no longer that kind of uniform bumpiness, smoothness. You can actually see where it looks like the rock has pushed through and is getting a little jagged. And actually, it gets even a little narrower as it disappears into the darkness.
Do I recognize the symbol as meaning anything?
No, you do not.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Would my merit allow me to actually pass through others and look at where the head is looking? Will it be possible for me? You know?
Oh, you could easily... you actually could make your way through with a dexterity plus athletics roll.
Oh, okay. And it will break my obfuscate, I believe.
Probably, because you're actually going to brush up against them to do this.
Yeah. Then I would stand behind.
So, you come to a point where you can proceed no further without actually beginning to shove yourself into this passage. And, like I said, there are 3 round objects partially buried in the dust.
When I pass through them, do I
Hang
recognize
on.
anything?
What's Hatchetsit
okay.
doing? She's
Oh.
on point.
I'm gonna go towards the object. Just call out. There's some things buried in the dust here. Give me a second, and I'm going to try and brush up and try to reveal them.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely... You can reach down. You can put your hand on it. You can brush the dust off. No problem. No painful shocks. No visions. It looks like a kind of half sphere of some kind.
Try to slowly pick it up.
Okay, it's actually pretty light. You reach down, you pick it up. It turns out it's a bowl of some kind. You flip it over. You look inside. Do you read Sumerian or Babylonian?
I don't think that's on my list. God damn it.
Okay, so there's a bunch of chicken scratch on the inside of this thing. You have no idea what it is, and there's a crude drawing of some sort of figure in it. Hatshepsut, I need you to roll 2d10 for me. And I will tell you what this is later.
Did you say it's Sanskrit?
Yep.
Okay. I wonder how later. Maybe that's not a botch.
Okay, I have made a note. We will discuss that later. Alright. Yeah, as far as you're concerned, you pick it up, you look at it, nothing happens. It's unusual to say the least.
I look over to the others. Do any of you recognize what on earth these scratches might mean?
I want to risk breaking obfuscate and whisper in front of me.
Okay, well, hang on. It's got to go pass down the line. So first it goes to Nicodemus.
No,
All right.
doesn't look familiar. I mean, some of the letters look familiar, but I can't pinpoint any of this. He passes it down further back.
All right. Albina?
Abner takes it and looks it over. She shakes her head.
Okay.
No, I do not understand it. You said that there is a figure in it, a crude
Yeah.
drawing of some kind.
Some sort of weird figure hand-painted inside of it.
And she tried to make sense of that figure.
Not without being able to read what's around it.
She then... Ou does she pass back Sybil being obfuscated? Or does she know about Sybil behind her?
Yeah, you would know that she's back there.
Yeah, it's my obfuscate is from hiding enemies, not you guys. So you guys know that.
Okay, so yeah, she's going to hand it over to her.
Yeah, I just pick it from nowhere probably. I will check the items, and I can read Sanskrit.
Okay? You don't know, it's some sort of protection thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense because you can't read all of it, but it's something about protection and calling on the ancient mother to protect and seal.
Do I know anything about this from my occult search beforehand in my past years? Maybe while in the library in the Greece, or maybe before even that.
You would recognize this figure as possibly Ishtar.
Polish what?
Ishtar. Ishtar. Possibly as Ishtar, mother of the gods.
Which gods? Which religion?
The ancient Sumerian gods.
Ancient Sumerians, okay. I would like to memory this one too.
Alright, yeah, so go ahead and make an intelligence alertness roll.
I'm gonna break. Oh, okay, intelligence alertness?
Yes.
Okay. I will also break my obfuscate and speak. I will tell what I learned. This is something related with ancient Sumerian gods, the mother of gods. If any of you know anything about this, It might be useful later on.
Do we know voice now?
Nicodemus considers how would Sumerian culture influence Crete in Age of Past times?
Yeah, that's Nicodemus only. That's going to be intelligence plus academics. So that's Mycenaean culture, ancient Mycenaean culture. As you will recall from your travels through there, and from what you remember reading, was heavily influenced by Middle Eastern culture, and in fact had some writing on the walls similar to it, and had some similar gods.
God.
Hat will, if allowed, take the bowl and like try and find a pack to put it in, where it'll be, safe from damage.
Okay, yeah, you can take it with you. It's pretty light. There's no problems with that.
Beyond that, I'll examine the other two bowls. Are they the same or different?
Relatively the same.
Okay, relatively same might mean that it has some other meanings in the language, so I might
they're
as well
relatively
check
the
them.
same.
Okay, and the vision head star was related with death and birth.
I don't know. That's maybe something to think about.
Yeah, I will ask it what your vision was about. Maybe because she will remember better than Sybil.
I mean, a lot happened in it, but there was a female figure adorned in you might think it's a ad or nymph or something to that effect, but this is getting more interesting by the second.
Perhaps this place used to be a place of cult for them.
Around those three bowls, are there any other points of interest, like maybe something half buried?
No, but beyond that point, the cavern loses that uniformity and actually gets a little narrower, and the walls get pretty rough. And the ceiling does as well. It actually gets a little smaller.
Is it something we can still travel through?
You can. You're going to start forcing your way through it. It's not going to be quick, but you can do it.
It's like pretty narrow, like you see in GIFs and such stuff in real world, probably.
Let's get going.
If anyone has claustrophobia from their mortal lives, now it is time to tell us.
If you look at Sybil, you'll see she's pretty having an easy time at the moment, if you look at her. Because she's also not obfuscated anymore.
Alright, so you begin forcing your way into this passage. You can actually hear now the scrapes as you're forcing yourself in. The torch, as it waves, it might kind of clicks and clacks back and forth along the walls. You force yourself around a bend, and it gets even narrower and harder. And it's really taking some effort now to force yourself through it. Until you get to a dead end. It is obviously a cave-in. There's big rocks have actually filled the narrow passage. It's completely choked with dust. It is completely impassable.
Oh, fuck.
Nicodemus chuckles to himself. Way to tempt our curiosity, fate. Come on, we have to stroll back.
Yes.
Alright, Albina, you notice Sybil actually does this pretty easily. She's not having a problem with this passage. because you all have to turn around and go back. But you make your way back out to the bowls, and the passage opens up again to where you're not constricted.
At least I don't have a bosom that makes things difficult. Come on, let's get back to the last corridor before we drop our guard.
You make your way back to the intersection.
So what was it? The last time we made a turn, we went left. So right now there's probably like a left and a right.
We did both left and right.
Through the last intersection, we went left. So when we return now, we have original forward and right.
We went away, we went back, we went this way, now we are back, so there is only straight left. There is only straight left line.
Okay, then we'll go straight.
No.
There is a four-way, there is a three-way, right? Not four. Because the
No,
fourth is going
The
back.
last one was four-way.
Why do I get this feeling that Chris is starting to smile?
Yeah, you know me so well.
So we go to the last crossroads. What do we see?
Okay,
There
is
should
it
be a
me?
four-way.
Okay, I remember that we can go straight or left. Turning right turns us back down the original path. That's what I remember. And I remember.
If you go right, we go the way back, right?
Look.
But there should be a four-way, not a freeway.
Okay, it does not matter at the moment. Just go straight.
Straight.
Okay.
From the original position or from our current one?
Fuck you straight. Here. I pointed.
You guys go straight, and it ends pretty swiftly in a dead end.
Alright. So now we'll go turn back and then go right? Right from our current position, not from where we were before.
Okay? You turn right, and you go down a pretty long path. This is easily another 300 or 400 meters of travel straight. And again, the path, it twists a little, it turns a little zig, a little zag, nothing extreme. But you do eventually get to a point where it actually widens up a little bit to where probably two of you could stand side by side. And there's another rock fall. The passage becomes choked with rocks and dirt and ash. And there's another 3 rounded shapes in front of that rock fall.
Same pattern.
I'm going to carefully go forward and brush them off, and assuming if it's more bowls, pick one up.
Okay?
What does it look the same?
It looks pretty similar. Are you going to pass it down?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
Who is second to grab it?
I am.
Okay.
Nicodemus.
Nicodemus, please roll me 2d10.
It's an 8 and an 8.
I hope that's a good thing.
Okay? Again, I will
Take-
discuss that with you guys later.
Oh, with us later, okay.
Alright. Again, it appears to be more of the same. The same chicken scratches, the same picture.
Okay. I would like to hold one of these items myself. Like, put it in my bag.
Okay, you can do that. It's no problem. It's pretty light. It's no big deal.
How? So, we currently have 6 of them, right?
You have 2. You left the other 4, so far as I know, still buried.
I believe Het took some of them, but I don't know how
Hat
many.
took one of them.
I thought the last time we've dug up all of them because we were examining them.
I only said that I took one.
Yeah, but I believe we checked all of them, but took only 2 at this moment. Like, we checked them, then left them, but had picked one of them before leaving. And now I took this one.
All right. Yeah. So you now have 2 bowls with you.
Is there another one that I can also take?
Yes, there is.
So yeah, Abner is also going to be keeping one with her.
Okay. You take one, no
Nicodemus,
problem.
take-
Again, these are pretty light. They're actually carved of wood. They're not pottery, it's wood.
Wood.
Nicodemus
such
takes
place.
one as well. There should be one more.
No, you have now taken all 3 of these.
Okay, so there are 3 of these here, and there's one more from the other location we've inspected.
Correct. So you
there
now
are
have 4
to-
bowls.
four total. So one for each of us except Labiana, right?
Correct.
Can we go further?
This path is choked off. You cannot possibly go any further here.
Alright, retrace our steps back 2 junctions because we've mined out the last.
Okay. You retrace your steps back to the 4-way intersection.
And each intersection location is round, right? Or are they like square, or how is it?
Nothing's. This is obvious. This is not hand carved by humans. Nothing's perfectly square like a house. Everything's a
see.
little bit offset.
So it's not necessarily left, right. It might be also be like how to say it.
Catty corner at a slight bit of an angle to go here and here.
Yeah.
But for convenience's sake, we say left, right, straight.
Okay.
So we're at a 4-way junction that we've already explored all options,
Correct.
right?
And of course,
we
oh,
can
sorry.
go further back to the 3-way junction and explore the one option we haven't explored yet.
and of course our things we carved on the stones are disappeared too, I will assume.
Yes,
No,
the
no,
markings
no.
are gone.
They are covered by the dust, so if we wipe the dust, we can still find them.
Could you?
Nicodemus remembers which height has he put them on, so...
Okay. All right, so
Right now.
if you go straight ahead through the small passage, you'll end up at a left or right, and when you came in, if you turn right at the small passage, according to your markings,
We return.
right? So according
So
to your
if we
markings,
go
if
left,
you turn right,
that's new.
that's the original way you came.
So we go left.
Okay. You go left, you explore for another 20 minutes or so down this passage, and it ends at a dead end.
Alright, we go back and then go straight
Wait,
forward.
is there any small items like that in this dead end?
Nope, it is just a dead end.
Okay.
Okay, so you go back, you follow it backwards, and you come to an intersection where you must go straight or right. What would you like to do?
Timing with message.
Maybe use fire on it.
Perhaps there is
Close fire.
part of something bigger. It's being manipulated into moving.
Hey, have you tasted the substance?
Maybe some form of magic.
Lick it, it might help. Lick it, lick that thing.
So is the dust? The dust is likely in the air. Can we see its particles traveling around the torchlight?
That is a really good question, and you actually do not see any dust motes in the light.
Just please use the torch and touch the substance. Let's see what happens.
Nicodemus,
fire reacts to things differently.
Nicodemus stares at the dust that is exposed to his torchlight,
Okay.
and he wants to know. He pays exceptional attention to how the dust reacts at the border of it, to like compare how it acts outside the light source and how it acts inside the light. So he like brushes a bit of the dust away and tries to see how it operates in the light and outside of the
Okay.
light.
So you brush a bit of the dust away and you stare at it. And you stare at it. How long are you going to stare at it?
Give or take several minutes.
Okay. That's long enough to see this. The dust slowly migrates to fill in the finger marks that you made when you scraped it away. It's not instantaneous, but if you weren't staring at it and watching it very closely, you would not have noticed it.
And it doesn't matter whether there's light when it happens or
No,
not.
it does not matter.
What about
So the dust doesn't float in the air at all.
No, it's as I said, it's actually quite sticky. It doesn't puff out like a bunch of dust on an old book, where you take it off the shelf and you gotta blow it away. It's actually quite heavy.
Is there a particular direction from which the dust appears to regenerate itself
No,
upon the
it's
finger
all
marks?
directions.
You know what? I'm a Nosferatu, so I want to taste a little bit, like a fingertips little bit of this dust. Put it in my tongue and try to taste how it's...
It tastes like a mixture of granite, salt, it tastes like basalt, volcanic, almost.
I will try. I will. Ask to
I will
borrow
say
the torch.
this is not the dust of the plains. This is not the dust that you taste when the breeze blows the pollen of spring through the air. It doesn't taste like that at all. It doesn't taste like fire ash. It tastes like earth and rock and deep places.
And it's bitter. Is it bitter taste? Is it a bitter taste?
Possibly.
Okay. I would like to borrow the torch and contact this dust with the fire itself.
There's a couple tiny little sparkles, but nothing outrageous.
Okay.
What happens? What happens if Nicodemus like squeezes a drop of blood and touches the dust with his blood?
The dust sucks it away, like it was never there.
Sucks the blood.
Yeah, it absorbs into the dust with a snap of the fingers, and it leaves a little dark spot, and you see the darkness get lighter and lighter till it's uniform color.
Hey, Nicodemus. Of course, I do not want you to give more of your a precious amount of your blood, but maybe you should give it a little bit more. Like a tiny little more drop too. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. In the meantime, I will pick the wooden item from my bag, and I will do this in Russian. Okay.
So you guys all see and hear Sybil whispering something to the rock.
Sybil, what are you trying to do?
Sorry, wait a moment. Yeah, I'm just cursing at this thing in my tongue.
Seems a bit unnecessary, but okay.
Well, it's not about the thing we are doing right now, it's more about thing going in my head.
What is the matter?
Yeah, it's cultural thing.
There are probably better times to talk about it. For now, we're at which junction? Shit. We're at a freeway juncture.
Correct.
Going straight along from where we are.
Okay, if Hatchet's taking the lead again, she goes straight.
Okay. Is Nicodemus speaking? Because we can't hear him.
You go straight for about 20 meters or so, and then you see you can turn left or you can go straight.
I'm gonna brush out. Did we make a marking here?
You did. I would like you to make, and only you, to make a perception plus occult roll.
Oh boy.
Am I going to make another intelligence alertness at this point? Or?
No, you're not, because I already sent you the message. You should be reading that.
In the roll
Shite.
20, right?
Yes, in roll 20.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so you don't notice anything, Hatshepsut. The marking is there. You see the marking. The marking indicates that you came from the left-hand passage here.
So, and we can go either left or straight. In that case, we go straight.
Okay. So you go straight. The path continues. There's a little tiny side area cut out, like a little alcove. I don't want to say cut out because it's not actually cut out. It's just kind of like a little bulge in the passage. And once you pass that, it begins to twist and turn. It turns right, it turns left, turns left, turns left, it turns right, it turns right, twists and turns, and the passage just keeps going and going and going. And you keep following it and keep following it, and eventually you get to the point where you'd estimate, if you had to guess, you've traveled at least now 1.5, maybe 2 kilometers underground. And you get to a point where you can go straight or you can go right.
Make another marking. Go right.
Okay? You take a right. Again, the passage, you go right, and then the passage hangs an immediate right and a left and a left. And eventually it gets to the point where it goes to hang another left, and the passage actually starts to lose that uniformity again. It gets pretty wavy, like ripply. Instead of being uniform, it's rippled. Very uneven on the walls. But again, at some point you have to stop, change torches, you relight a torch.
How many torches are we on right now?
You're on number 2 of, I think, 4, I want to say. Let's just say 4 for now. We'll call it good.
Okay, so if we have to go on to torch 3, then we'll start heading out.
So you follow this wavy, ripply path around and around and around and around. And it has to have been at least an hour of walking. Is Nicodemus on?
No, he's
Mm.
restarting. However, if you're asking about the celestial attunement merit for time sense, I do have
Okay,
that
you
on
have that.
hand.
Your celestial attunement merit tells you that dawn is maybe an hour off.
Were
We
you
may
able
need to make a brief camp here.
I'd rather not the day here.
You eventually reach a point where you can go right or you can go left.
It's around an hour till dawn. Even if we were to head all the way back, we would not make it in time.
Then let us stay by the exit rather than in the middle of this cave.
Alright. Gonna be making even more markings to indicate where we got up to.
Okay.
And gonna be carefully retracing our steps with trying to go as fast as we can, but also, be careful. Trying to make our way as close to the exit as we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Sybil, intelligence plus alertness.
Okay. Two successes. It's like intelligence alertness rolls. All of them is
Well,
two successes.
combined with your other successes, you are confident you can retrace your steps.
Cool.
It's a matter of time. So,
Okay, nice.
dexterity plus athletics checks, difficulty 8 for everybody.
Shit. But that's not a botch.
Spending some blood to.
We are
Alright,
like.
well, don't bother rolling. You unless you're going to leave Sybil and Albina behind. You're trying to push the pace. You're trying to get back to where you came from, and Sybil and Albina just they're trying as fast as they can, but they just can't keep up with the high pace that's being set. So you're pretty confident you're not going to make the original entrance unless you leave them behind.
We camp here then.
Alright,
We
so
can still try to travel during the day.
I think it's magical. We can't just do that.
it's
No
going to
matter
be
the darkness.
humanity. It's going to be willpower rolls to stay awake, and all of your dice pools, once you manage to stay awake, become limited to your humanity score.
So we make willpower rolls, huh? Or are we just going to rest normally?
And each roll only gives you a round, right?
I believe if you get like 5 or something like that, it's like a scene. If I remember correctly. If you get a really good success number. But it has to be in one roll, not, adding on to each roll.
Well, are you going to try to push on past dawn?
I mean, I'm asking to others. I'm not necessarily needing to feel like needing to do that.
Everyone, you get back through the twisty part, through the twists and turns. You get to the arrow marking where you had turned right into this spot, so you know you have to turn left.
Wait, no. Hold on. Let me just check something real quick.
What are you going to look at?
I'm just reading from my This isn't. These aren't really like discrete rooms, so I can't reward it. Unfortunate. All right, we're gonna have to just. We're just gonna have to camp here.
What about that place, the collapsed tunnel? Would be able to use sanctuary on that?
No, you're way too far away for that.
Okay.
You get to the point where you know you had turned right into this passage. Now you have to turn left.
How long till dawn?
You actually can all feel the tug of sunlight. It is moments away.
Okay, let's just get in comfortable positions and wait.
Okay.
And then they were never heard from again.
You all lay down. You sit down, tuck yourself in the passage, and the day sleep takes you. Without regaining any willpower, I need everyone to roll me their current willpower at difficulty 7.
Okay.
So if you have spent any, do not regain any yet.
Oh God.
There's just a mere 1 success. Oof. All of us has the 6 willpower.
Okay. Hatshepsut, you do not regain any willpower tonight. You are afflicted with terrible nightmares. Horrible, terrible nightmares of something nasty, evil going on down here. You have a vision of rot spreading at the roots of a world tree, at the roots of a garden. A terrible blight. And you wake up with a little bit of a blood sweat going on. You just feel, for the moment, mentally exhausted. You do not regain any willpower, and you are down 1 willpower point tonight. You're down 1 dice on any roll tonight.
Okay. So it's like a normal nightmare with the bonus of
Correct.
with the additional feature of not being.
Yep. Sybil, you have terrible dreams, but you don't necessarily know that you don't have. It's a nightmare or a daymare. And this is
It's like my
should be
life.
emphasized. It's unusual. You don't normally dream in your day sleep. You dream about crops failing, about the hunter-gatherer lifestyle your family used to live, and how eventually somebody had to be forced to leave because they couldn't find the herds of deer. The deer weren't recovering. Nicodemus, you have a day sleep like a perfectly innocent baby. No issues at all.
It's been a while. I might like this cave after all.
And Albina, you also have slightly bad dreams, but you do regain a willpower point when you wake up.
And we lose
Okay.
1 blood point.
Yes, so everyone mark off a blood point. You all stir to wakefulness. And the first thing you notice is that everything you own, including yourselves, is covered in that sticky dust.
Lovely.
Nicodemus shakes it off. It's to the point that he even gets his surgeon tools and starts cleaning them up.
Yeah, and you have to. You have
With
to
the
take your
claw.
clothes off and like whip it out, shake it out, flick all the dust off. It's in all of your things are going to require a thorough cleaning when you get out of here.
If the spirits won't finish us off, this bloody dust will.
I cannot imagine what it would be like to spend the night here if we had to need to breathe. We had been choked by this.
Good on you, we haven't taken any ghouls downstairs.
I'm not even sure if my ghoul is still waiting us or went back to sleep.
I don't know your goal. Maybe he has
So you
been
guys,
busy with
you get
some
up,
townsfolk.
and you're at a three-way intersection.
Can someone tell me whether we progressed further or not?
You did
Since
progress a
my
little further.
departure? So this is the next freeway intersection?
Hatshepsut chose to go to a spot where she chose to go through an area you had not been before.
So it was right from this
From the
intersection,
three-way,
from
you passed a three-way intersection on your way back, then you passed another three-way intersection, and she chose to go straight through both of them.
Okay,
if you had
gotcha.
followed your arrows at the second three-way, if you had turned left, you would have gone back to the start.
Gotcha. Everything is back as
So-
as I'm recalling. So we went straight, and what happened then?
You ended up at a three-way intersection in which she turned right, and she followed it through a very narrow, very long. It was easily another kilometer-long passage. But it was weird. It was different. And then you realize it was about an hour until dawn, and everyone tried to get back to where you had come from, but you couldn't quite make it. So you had to shelter in place. So you sheltered at a three-way intersection.
Okay, gotcha. At this freeway intersection, it's from our original going bearings. It was like going to the front and to the right. Is that correct?
Well, I would like an intelligence plus occult roll
Oh,
at
man.
difficulty 7.
From all of us, or just him?
Whoever's checking the walls.
Okay.
To be honest, whether I was here or not, Nicodemus would attempt to make a mark.
Yeah.
But obviously, this is still the subject to the occult roll.
So what's the difficulty?
It's okay, it doesn't matter. Nicodemus and Albina begin searching the walls, and they start to get pretty frantic. Because you know you were making the markings, and they are gone.
Okay, now we can panic.
We should leave this place.
Basically, there's something
Don't surrender this fast. We might take the other right.
Is the string still... What about the string? Is it still attached to the end?
You have long run out of string.
Also, we have been following it out using the string.
Yeah, you guys are out of rope. Actually, I don't actually recall you guys putting any string down. You've been putting marks in the walls.
So
you do still have the whole spool. You just haven't unused it all yet.
We have it. We never said we use it to do something.
Sybil, and Sybil only. Intelligence plus alertness, difficulty 9.
Okay, cool. Alertness. Okay, and here goes.
Outstanding roll.
Maybe.
You recall, through your phenomenal memory, that if you put the long wall on your left, you had turned right. And if the long wall is on your left, if you go backwards, that goes back to the entrance.
Okay. I take us back to the entrance. If we want to go back to the entrance, I can take us there.
We will need to, at the very least, regroup.
Regroup with what?
Then regain our bearings. We need to
find the last point we know.
Get back to the entrance, and we can make new plans based on what we've learned so far.
Okay. Then follow me. And I take us back to the entrance.
Sybil, you can indeed take them back to the entrance. It takes you probably 2 hours to get there. But you do get back to the first cave.
We get back to the first cave? What do you mean by we get back to the
The
first
entrance,
cave?
the pool of water, the first cavern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we can... Then we can just swim up, right? Then climb.
If you so desire, yes.
Are we gonna do this? Are we
Do we-
going to leave?
Do we want to head fully back up? Maybe think about getting more equipment, or do we want to start going back into the labyrinth, taking a different path?
I mean, in my standing, I am quite hungry. So I think that now we know at least some partially about this cave. We can go back, get some other stuff, some few more torches, feed ourselves, and then we might come back a little bit more efficiently.
I think-
Nicodemus
Sorry, go ahead.
Nicodemus grins a little in the faint torchlight, and he seems thoughtful, but he eventually looks between all of the gathered and let us consider what we have learned so far. It seems that whatever is entity, whatever is non-presence that we have encountered so far is here.
I want to.
Is
I want
able to affect us so much to remove our markings, so or at least to remove our ability to perceive them. It seems that we need things like ability to draw a map, at least. So it means we really need to go up and and procure some means to be able to record it as so far as it to be not affected by the dust or water. What options do we have?
I mean, the only option we have is hiring a guy, a human who has rather good skills at doing such things.
What human in the dust here? No. This is something we have to do ourselves, but we need to have something that will prevail through whatever this thing has tossed on us.
We
Be
could
it dust,
mount
be it fire, be it water.
At the very least, we'll need to clean ourselves off.
Whatever for will get dirty again.
we should
So I would like to take out this small item I to put in my bag. I would like to touch the wall, which made head see visions. I want to make a contact between that wooden thing and that wall, not my hand touching the wall.
Oh,
So I don't make skin contact. I just put the wooden thing.
okay. Nothing happens.
The wooden thing starts having a vision and begins crying.
What exactly did you see in this vision when you touched this thing, the glyph?
It was a lot to take in, and some parts of my memory have faded, but there was a woman of natural countenance. I believe there was something about learning through pain, and then it was like an entire life was flashing before my eyes.
Do you think it was very personal? Obviously. So the visions are personal, right?
Perhaps, I'm not sure. Do you remember anything you saw, Albina?
I do not believe I saw anything.
Do you wish to give it a test, Nicodemus?
I can.
I'm
I
itching.
can do that.
I'm itching to try, but I want to collect as much data as possible. First.
I will do that, but seeing what happened to Albina, how she fled, I think one of you guys has, or two of you guys has to hold me while I touch the wall, in case I try to do some stupid thing.
No, not exactly at the time of the touching, because who knows if the touch doesn't transfer.
Nah, but Het and Albina already
We
experienced
get
this
it.
thing.
We
They
get
might
it.
be immune.
We'll just knock you out if you start something stupid.
No, not knock me. Oh, Art, you can't do that. You can stake me, Alto. But you hold me, just hold me, strangle me. That will be easiest thing. Come. I think Het and Albina is already immune to this thing. They have already been affected by it. So you
I
two
wouldn't
just
count
hold
on
me.
this. Nicodemus just draws a stake, just in case.
Fuck
Ju-
you. I just know that you want to stake me, and that's all. Put that thing down there.
Hey, we won't
Now,
know until you
everyone.
touch the thing.
The next time we come here, we should gather together our entire expedition to explore this cave.
You
We
know,
can't.
there's a slight problem with this. Apparently, I think the kindred living in the city has already put up a tremendous amounts of expeditions, and we're the only fools that still want to go in there.
Then we
But
find community that are
but
not.
they seem to be hiding uh, whatever they found. So it's not about being stupid. It's more about, let's say, trying to learn something that's kept secret from others.
Then we try to find readers that are not of the city. Perhaps Artemis may be interested in outfitting an expedition for share of whatever information we find.
Hmm.
Well, about things you
Maybe,
say.
may it be so, but eventually, if this happens, who's going to take all the credit? Us or Artemis?
Do you see it matter? So long as we find out about this place, so long we might find secrets, knowledge, wealth. So does it matter who takes the credit, so long as we have a taste of whatever we see in here?
Okay.
Now that's very strange hearing this from you, Albina, but that's all fine with me.
Hey, come, hold me. Hold me. I do not want to run inside the cave or outside. I just strangle me for the moment. I will touch this wall.
Why
How will
won't we?
how will
Why
how,
won't we just tie you from the waist down and from the waist up? Does it matter?
Okay, you can do that too. But, my love, if you like that kind of stuff, maybe we should do it in private.
Oh no, I will do it now in public. And Nicodemus takes the very little rope that they still have and ties Sybil down.
and then I guess
I can probably get out from that rope, but what?
and then we'll like I guess pick her up and like bump her against it or something. I guess.
They're just pushing me with their feet to the wall.
Okay. Sybil, self-control roll, please. Difficulty 8.
Self-control roll?
Yes, diff 8.
Okay.
Hmm.
3d10.
You see, this is why
Okay.
I
You frenzy. Yay. You're actually, it's not a frenzy, sorry. You start screaming in pain, writhing in agony. It feels like your whole body's on fire.
Is after he touched it?
Yes, as soon as he touched it, just immediately started shrieking in pain.
Nicodemus braces himself. At the first sign of Sybil breaking out, he's going to stag her.
Sybil, willpower roll, difficulty 9. This is going to be an extended roll.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Keep going. Keep going. One more.
Oh man.
So close.
What was I on?
You feel pain, and you almost feel like you're cresting the wave, and it's almost like you take a tumble and you just fall into a sea of agony, like every bone in your body's breaking. Nicodemus, you recognize the signs of frenzy. Sybil, before
Stab.
Nicodemus can stab, I need a strength plus potence roll from you.
Okay. So that's just 4 dice.
And,
Nothing.
yeah, plus willpower, but strength plus potence first.
Shit. And willpower, you say
Well,
that?
strength potence diff 6 first.
I did that. I did that. 4 dice was strength plus potence.
Okay. And now willpower at diff 8.
Okay.
Just to make it sure, everything of this happens in a blink eye, right?
Correct.
So Nicodemus is
Sybil-
unable to determine this is like
Sybil
he's
screams,
fighting.
starts to fishtail. Nicodemus, you actually can hear over her screams the sound of the ropes creaking, and you see them expand, but they hold, giving you the perfect shot to make a dexterity plus melee roll at difficulty 6. This is with a prone penalty to target the heart.
Nicodemus takes no chances. He has seen too many of his allies fall to random acts of fate playing a hard dick upon them. So he reflexively pumps blood into his limbs to grant him an extra edge and plunges the stake into Sybil's heart.
Just know that I take damage from this too, so don't go for overkill.
Well,
You're
he kind
helpful.
of has to plunge it as hard as he can, just pow, straight in. Dex melee, diff 6, please.
Oof.
Outstanding. All right, so strength plus 3 extra successes plus 5 extra dice plus potence if you have it.
5
Okay.
extra dice?
Yes. 2 for the stake and 3 for hitting your heart.
It doesn't
Stake,
stake has 0.
Strength plus 1, right?
Oh,
I'm
is it?
stupid. Strength plus
Okay.
1.
I thought it was plus 2.
Plus 5.
But yes,
Plus 2,
strength
okay.
plus 1 plus 8 extra dice.
Okay. That's a fucking a lot.
Yep, you can kill me with that.
Oh, what a fucking...
All right, Sybil.
Or
Stamina plus fortitude plus armor.
I can still suck at that.
You're not staked. Oh, man.
I am
Nope,
staying.
she is staked. You plunge that stake, but boom! Sybil instantly freezes and goes limp, completely paralyzed. You look into Sybil's eyes and you can see the beast raging in them, but is impotent and cannot move.
Nicodemus breathes out hard, or rather attempts to, as his dead lungs are no longer functioning. He saw this carnal rage several times through the numerous people he encountered, and he knew he was this close from letting her go out and likely run out into the unending labyrinth. He crawls himself back and recoils from the now nearly torpid body of his comrade. And well, should we go up now? I think this is enough excitement for one night or 2 nights.
Perhaps.
Whatever this place is, I'm not very certain I'm ready to come back to it. Nicodemus shudders. It seems very much keen to not let us in.
Will this frenzy end if he takes out the stake?
It's not that skin to not let us in, but it is skin to test us, I feel.
Perhaps, but so far we've not been doing too well.
No, except one of us. She looks over to Hatshepsut.
You've passed this test, Hatshepsut. But you haven't felt anything different, have you?
It beyond a desire to know more, and well, who knows? Sometimes changes take a while to fully manifest.
But it seems the cavern rejects you all the same.
Or maybe she rejects us because she's with us that have not passed.
Fate principle or not, I don't think I'm easy to let Hatshepsut in alone.
Neither
There
am
is
I.
Hatshepsut pauses before speaking again. Something of great import is happening in there. I can feel it in my very bones.
Do you believe it's time related, time crucial? Is it reacting to events? To certain events? Or is it like Nicodemus seems to be struggling to find a good word? Time irrelevant?
I cannot know, but what I, at the very least, I think we need some proper rest from all this. If I do wish to come back here, but I am not so reckless as to continue without proper preparations.
Everything else aside, I think Sibyl will need a moment to regain her senses. Who knows what kind of beast crawls out from under the stake?
If we're waiting, then if I may have a moment to gather my thought. And out of character, I need to go get a drink real quick, guys.
Well,
Be right back.
this is a good time to take a break, guys. We'll come back in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, we're back from break. You guys are all in the main cavern, and you have been talking about it, and you see that Sybil has the light of sanity has returned to her eyes.
I wake up. I brush a little bit. I smile with my disgusting
you
mouth.
Can't yet.
Oh. No.
Yeah, you're still staked.
Can I look stuff with my staked eyes, or is it not even that possible?
Nicodemus stares down at Sybil, who probably looks very undignified with the wooden stake protruding from her chest, and is like,
Yeah, I'm undignified. Why don't you dignify me?
it seems she's back to her senses now. Should I unstake her?
Move
What
it.
are you the rest of us? All right. Nicodemus removes the stake and
I will
hopes his
jump.
insight was good.
I will jump and give a hug to Nicodemus with my disgusting smell and body and liquids pouring out of my mouth. Probably not because I'm a vampire. Ah, my savior! You did a great job. Thank you. And I hug tighter.
Always a pleasure to stab a friend. Hmm. Uh, I just, but it really looked really worrisome, and Nicodemus seems to be serious now. What have you
Well,
glimpsed? What have you seen? What has protruded you to this sense of insanity?
what did I see?
You saw nothing. You experienced far too much pain.
Okay. You see, I saw an angel of death glimpsing over my eyes. It extended its arm to my forehead. It whispered to me, "Death, thou shalt not see till the end of this adventure." And then there was pain, suffering. I felt this warmth starting from my toe, extending over my body to my genitals, and even more than that, it extended to my eyes. It became pitch black, but there was light beyond the darkness. The light slowly became warmth, slowly became fire, slowly became the smell of flesh burning. And then you stake me.
I'm gonna switch servers real quick.
Mm, I'm afraid I stopped believing you after you said the word genitals.
If you want to proof, you can just reach, make it get closer to wall, not touch, but get closer to the wall to make a joke. I just very fast to do that, grab his arm, pull it to the wall, but not make it contact with the wall. You can right now prove it if you touch the wall.
No. I'm not very thorough, but I have to say this, my friend. One time we're going to make a play together in an amphitheater, and it's going to be great. We're going to drop the whole Senate to their knees while we reiterate our venture. What do you say? What do you say? I understand this is not the place for these kind of things, but you clearly have the panache.
Well, of course we shall do that. I will have some fun while doing it.
Exactly. We have to spit in the face of existence and shit in the face of the fate.
Yes, yes.
If you two are quite done, we might want to head back up.
Oh yes, right. It's good that you've retained your sanity, Sybil, because transporting your torpid tight body upstairs would have been a little bit difficult.
I hope you didn't touch my stuff.
No.
Huh?
Your stuff is sacred.
Of course it is, my love. I'm keeping it for somebody special.
All right. So we head back up.
Indeed.
Yeah, the rope is there in the dangling in the water, waiting on you as you dive under. Pull yourself up out of the water. Sybil's ghoul has up at the top waiting on you, and gives you a little bit of help. Not much. He's not that strong, but he helps you as best he can.
Hey, you deserve the rest. Go, rest, sleep.
Before you climb up, can I try to touch the
Can you
want
what?
to touch the wall again? You want to
Um,
touch the
go.
wall again?
So make a courage roll at difficulty 6 to bring yourself even to do it.
That's a suicide, bro.
Albina, if you really truly want to, even though it's scary as hell, you can touch it again.
you're going to do so?
Okay.
I think
Self-control roll difficulty. What did we say it was?
Oh man.
8.
And ready for this.
Are you bored of Albina? You want a character change or what?
It actually makes some sense. But let's.
What's the difficulty?
8, I believe. Self-control diff 8. Okay. You are, as the last person is about to jump in the water, you hear Albina scream out in agony. The last person can be whoever so desires it to be.
I'm not. I will probably get out from this place as quick
I
as
guess
possible.
Nicodemus was because he had a mind to do something where
Okay, that's cool.
while everything left.
So Nicodemus, you're about to get in the water, and you realize Albina is not behind you. You turn around and look, and you just in time see her reach out to touch it again. Immediately start screaming in pain. Albina, willpower rolls, diff 9, please.
No, Albina, what have you done? And Nicodemus starts rushing
And
towards
stop.
her.
Ouch!
Albina, would you like high or low?
I'm going to take.
High?
Yes.
You run screaming into the labyrinth.
No, Albina! Nicodemus stares at her disappearing back, and he quickly calculates his chances. Would he be able to chase her down before the labyrinth escalates, plunge the stake in her heart, assuming he'd burn all the blood that assuming that he'd burn as much blood as he can while attempting to do so?
If you burn blood, you can catch up to her.
Nicodemus, like,
And you do
Normal-
have the torch in hand still, so
well then,
Was she in water?
Luke
Was
found
she-
is it still the same scene, right? So he still has the buffed up dexterity.
yes.
Would they will probably be able to use her to control her into running towards the water?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so
Alright,
yeah, I'm going to do so.
What are you going to do?
So as you're standing there, you see she takes off towards the labyrinth, stops, turns, and does a running leap, does a dive, swan dives into the water, straight into the well. And you can actually hear the water sloshing and moving as she sinks to the bottom, thrashing in pain. But as she sinks deeper, the water gets stiller and stiller until it's calm.
How deep was the water?
You're not sure. You do know it's deep enough that no light penetrates, especially given the geometry of the well itself.
So Albina did that, right? We went
Yeah,
into the
so
water.
the rest of you guys, Hatshepsut and Sybil, are up on the lip of the well, and you turn around and you look, and you wait, and you wait, and nobody else emerges.
Oh dear.
Hey, why won't you go and check them? I will wait here.
Of course you will. Okay.
You bastard.
Starts climbing down again.
All right, so while she's climbing down, Nicodemus, are you going to do anything?
Nicodemus turns towards the entrance of the labyrinth, and it only takes a split second, but he musters all the strength of his will to grasp any thought that he thinks that may be lurking in the labyrinth, and he actually tries to use the sense cycle ability as if assuming there's a hidden intelligence in it. He like stares defiantly into the labyrinth, trying to master this 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 random array of things floating in the mindscape, and he's like, you want you want to play with us? We're like playthings to you, are we? He tries to shake off whatever feeling of anger is overcoming in him, and even though his sense cycle probably has yielded no results, he turns in a swift motion and he dives into the water to look for Albina.
Okay. So Sense Cycle, has been telling you that it is dangerous in here,
Mm-hmm.
but it's generalized. There's nothing specific about it.
Right.
And as you
So-
pick through the weave of fate with Sense Cycle, seeing how important it is to yourself, what you realize is that whatever's in here is just ancient. Whatever's in here predates Helena. It predates the palace. It is old, and it is dangerous, and it is sealed for a reason.
Nicodemus, like, as he's swimming down, he's like internally jerked back by his own second thoughts. It's like, he doesn't care about us. We're like flies to it. And it only reinforces him to swim down to seek for Albina. Even though this is a pathetic attempt, because at this point he cannot see anything. Any source of dim light.
So, Albina, self-control roll,
He
please.
tries to scream,
defeat.
but it all dumps down in.
Hatchet said you're climbing down, and some bubbles are coming up from the well.
We're not breathing.
As you scream, there is some air in your
Yeah.
lungs.
Mm.
Oh boy. Hat begins to descend herself, using her dark side to try and compensate.
So you're sinking in the water, and you realize Nicodemus is just ahead of you, sinking down as well. And he's not just sinking; he's swimming down. Albina, self-control, please. Defeat.
She spends a willpower point to do that, right?
All right. After maybe a minute or so, the pain recedes, and you realize you're surrounded by calm, cool, soothing water, and your dark side is active. And out of the darkness above you, you see Nicodemus's face come swimming out, reaching his hand out to you.
She's going to start trying to swim up to him.
You begin to swimming up, and your hands grasp. Nicodemus pulls himself down and grabs you by the waist, and together the two of you begin swimming up. And Hatshepsut, you see this scene beneath you. And Albina, as you're looking up, you see Hatshepsut also swimming down to help.
She lets help her get up to the surface.
Okay. Nicodemus, wits plus awareness.
Nicodemus' senses are peeled, and he desperately wants to save Albina as he's fighting against the water, and he's crawling against the available rocks, and and he spends a willpower point for this. Wits plus alertness.
Awareness.
That would be 4 successes.
That is, you instantly recognize the feel of Hatshepsut's hand, just of her overall presence. Having spent so much time with her, that you realize it's Hatshepsut who has also swum down to help. And between the two of you, gripping at the walls and swimming and kicking your legs, and all but doing the best you can to hold on, the three of you breach the surface of the water and see the rope hanging down in front of you.
I think that's just reinforced that if we look at this again, it must be later.
Yes, and with more people, never alone. I believe also I take lose 2 powers for that, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Hey, come, climb up. We have to go.
Albina gives the keys to both of her savers.
Go right up, Albina.
And she starts going up. Waiting for them.
You're a nasty one, aren't you? Did you touch the wall?
She nods. Yes, I tried again.
Go ahead, Hatshepsut. I'll go out last.
It's like a death wish, isn't it? Ah, such a great, authentic experience. It's good that you survived, thanks to those two.
Not so much a death wish. Just curious. I wanted to try again.
Yeah,
If
of
it
course
worked-
you did.
If it worked, we'll be able to try my theory of the test without having to send Hatshepsut alone by herself.
Well, my dear, it seems like whatever that thing is, it's not meant for us. So maybe you should don't try it again. At least secretly, without telling us you will do that.
Yes.
Oh, you can of course always go and do that again and again and again, but I'm not sure if they will be here to save you for the last time.
All right. You guys eventually all surface. Nicodemus, were you going to do anything or just coming up last?
Just coming up last. He has done all he could, and
The ghoul helps haul you up and eventually pulls you up with a grunt of effort. Ugh! Gets the last of you up with your heavy, wet packs.
I was
Water
out
coming
in the
off the
water.
leather.
Yeah. I'm helping the ghoul. I was out in the wild.
He pulls the rope up afterwards and helps slide the cover onto the well.
At least we know that this thing will not reject us if we fail the first time. We'll always be able to try again.
people are drinking from this whale daily. What do you think they're getting into their system?
Let's try not to think about that for now.
I can't, I'm a physician. It's going to wreck their kidneys at the very least. If not wreck with their brains.
Is this actually being used for drawing water, or is it like abandoned?
No, it's a high traffic area actually.
Oh, fuck.
Which
Maybe-
means they probably saw us climbing out, right?
It's pretty late.
Not that
Nobody's
it's
really around.
Okay. Okay, good.
Maybe arranging subjects that have been drinking this water might give you some insight about.
Okay, let's head back to this. Our place.
Whatever's down there, it really doesn't care about us or our futile efforts to go and try to investigate this thing. It's like a whiff in the spring air that just molds into an existence. How can we compete?
I mean, we are not assuming that you can beat anything in front of you, right? Because that will be very, well, naive.
Oh, well, it's pulling a very supple strings like the dust, like the glyph, like the water. It's no wonder there were protection incantations on the bowls. We're we're up against something that probably exceeds most of the elders we know in
Do you
person.
think it might be Ishtar herself that dwells in this place?
I hope not.
You
but,
mean a god?
but I think that it's way too subtle. It's
I
feels
mean,
like a subconscious warding area. We're
look,
not even close
look.
to unraveling it.
The thing is, this might be something lost in history. We know that some elders are living up to millennia, aeons, so they might have an idea, but we are too young for thinking too much about this thing. We went down there, we experienced what it was, and we have an idea of it. We can either try to follow up next night with more readying ourselves, or we can just ditch this well and come back later.
Ishtar is a goddess of beauty. It makes sense for such a place to attract the likes of Lena.
Okay, so. Let's go back.
First, let us see what's happened while we were gone. In fact, if anything.
We're only 2 nights, so perhaps they haven't managed to kill themselves just yet.
Probably not, but you know, better safe than sorry.
Who are we checking?
We're gonna see if anything's happened with the talks yet. Go back to the place we've been given. Rest up a bit. See what's happened in our
Yeah, you easily make your way back to the palace. Nobody stops you. Your rooms are undisturbed. Nothing appears to have burned to the ground or anything while you were gone. It's business as usual as far as you can tell.
It will be funny if everything was burned down.
No, it wouldn't. I wouldn't laugh, at least.
Possible. Where's the ghoul? Where's the ghoul? And I like go down the hall, try to look out for the Helena's ghouls. Where's the ghoul? Ghoul! You! Do you know, mistress? No, get the fuck out! You!
One of the servants says, "We can certainly go find him, honored guest." Of course.
Not right. Hold on a second. Let's not be hasty here, Sybil.
No, I do not want to meet now. I have some questions, that's it.
Very well, I won't interfere with your business.
No, I will ask my questions later. Maybe next night.
In the meantime, Hat's gonna see to trying to make sure that everything's clean.
Yeah, you guys can all go bathe. Servants will draw up a bath for you, no problem. Water's not going to be very warm. Hasn't had a lot of time to get warm on the copper kettles. But it's not freezing cold. And they can
At
take
least
care of
not
the
until
garments, your clean
Alpna
garments.
gets inside.
So,
Can I, wait. No, this is a good time for prank. Can I go under obfuscate and join Nicodemus while he's betting?
Yeah, Nicodemus.
But I'm gonna use both 1 and 2.
So say, what is your
Like
Auspex rating?
style.
1.
Okay.
I have obfuscate of 3. So it's
Yes, you
impossible.
can penetrate into the bathing chamber where Nicodemus is bathing if he takes a bath tonight.
How much time is it left to the dawn?
About 4 hours.
Since we left. I guess he'd clean himself. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you're taking a bath. A little bit of lye soap. The barely above freezing water. Servants have taken your clothes to clean them. You've been provided with some generic towels and generic outfit to wear in the meantime.
This is all fine. Nicodemus seems lost in thought as he tries to analyze what has befallen upon them.
There's a small pot of olive oil next to the tub for you to oil yourself when you get out. It's common practice.
When the servants leaves the room and we are alone, while he's betting, I will just reach behind and extend my arms over his shoulders and make a message a little gently and like show myself by doing so. I will whisper, "Oh, my lord."
Okay, Nicodemus, self-control roll, difficulty 6.
G, give me a second. Oh, fuck.
Okay. You react however you want to react.
Nicodemus jumps up, startled, as he was clearly daydreaming within his contemplations, and he tries to reach towards his assailant's flesh, but he clearly is probably strained, and he twists his head trying to see who it is. What?
Your face. Calm down.
The points are the joke's on me. Don't you have your own bathing place?
I thought that I might as well join you.
Well, I'm not opposed. I'm very open towards my coterie members. Why don't you have a drop down into the bubbling waters? It's very refreshing.
Okay. Of course.
But I have to say, your skills at avoiding detections are really formidable, Sybil.
Of course they are. Okay, let me take off my clothes then.
I'm not certain how much Nicodemus was around Nosferatu, but he was around corpses a lot.
Yeah, this isn't going to bug him a bit.
Let's see. Now there's a face picture. Let me describe the rest of his body. Well, it's of her body.
In another game I'm in, the Bishop of War is a Nosferatu on the path of Cathari. It's exactly what it sounds like.
Probably she was. The other rest of her body looks like. Okay, so her nipples, because she was an old lady, her nipples turned into something looking like a triangle, and they have this.
So they're old and saggy. Obviously, they are grandmotherly breasts that are
Yeah,
hanging down.
but they look very, very solid. They don't look any kind of smooth. They look very solid, like as if it's a muscle or a bone. And there's this purple color where the nipple's supposed to stand, and it's not a good purple color. This kind of disgusting purple color. Where her genital's supposed to be, you see two eggs literally went outside. They are looking like a testicles, but they are actually the eggs she had while she was a woman. Those eggs just slipped out of her body, and now they are standing there, hanging from there, and looking like testicles. And their color is kind of blood red, and there's
So-
blue veins.
So the curse twisted her genitalia quite horribly.
Yeah.
They were saggy, kind of soft, but they should be saggy, but they're not moving. The skin's wrinkly and gray. The curse was pretty bad on her. Did not do her any favors, like every Nosferatu.
Yeah.
However,
And
Nicodemus
Yeah.
appears to be utterly unfazed by the sight of any of this.
That's actually far from true. Nicodemus is fascinating because he was researching human and kindred anatomy alike. And he actually seems to be scanning Sybil's bodies around like someone would take stock of a sheep rather than one would be phased by by woman charms or not charms. He
And,
takes the note of every single detail and he tries to connect the dots in his mind.
And for the rest of her body, it looks very thin. It looks like as if she is very sick. She never ate something for weeks. She looks like Jews in Jew camps in World War II. Like if you saw the pictures, they are very thin. If you know, very small.
Very
Her
visible ribs, deeply sunken stomach. You could
yeah,
probably
and the
count every
color.
ridge in her spine.
Yeah. And the
Knobby
skin-
elbows, knobby knees, knobby joints.
Yeah. And the skin looks like a dirt. It's black. It has some blue veins over it. It has some. It looks kind of like a shit.
Looks
color.
like bad frostbite.
Yeah, yeah. And that's about it. And her joints looks very strange. No, not unlikely. It looks like as if they can be just, as if like she could just break her arm, twist it in strange sense, and replace the location later on without much problem. The joint looks like as if they are loose, but they are not actually loose, but they look like it.
Contortionist. Looks like a contortionist joints.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's about it.
So this Nosferatu sinks down in the water with you. The level of the tub rises up, splashes onto the marble floors. A servant hears the splashing and pokes her head in and sees you in there, and softly and quietly gets another tub, another little container of olive oil, and another towel, and sets it by Sybil and makes its way out of the room.
And then goes to like pour lye soap over his eye.
Interesting. Nicodemus seems to be intrigued. I always wondered what was the pattern for the Nosferatu curse. Is there any? I always thought it was completely random, but there seem to be some perpetual repeating notions that occur here and there, but obviously I haven't seen too many Nosferatu without their clothes. In fact, the majority I've met were rather thorough in concealing themselves from a scrutinous eye.
Well, you seem to be very fascinated by my body now. Your eyes is just scrolling through me. They look like as if you are just trying to find something, a precious gem. Well, it's understandable. But let's not be so, quiet. let me help you with this. And I just clean Nicodemus's legs with my finger. And I slowly go on her body, on his body.
What is even happening anymore?
Yeah.
And let's skip to details. And yeah, for the rest of the bet, Sybil just, how to say it, mistakenly, mistakenly, touches here and there of Nicodemus's body.
So we're going to gloss over this
So
a little
what-
bit.
So
You spend the
I
bath.
guess
You spend the bath with the Nosferatu playfully trying to seduce you, and basically failing due to your due to the fact that you find her academically far more interesting than physically.
exactly.
So you play around a little bit in the tub, and eventually it comes time to get out because eventually you do have to get out and go to your own rooms.
Mhm.
So that finishes up, and you retreat to your rooms to sleep in comfort and peace, to sleep through the dawn.
Peace, of course.
All right, you have untroubled day sleep. No problems at all. Safe in the security of the rooms is provided by Helena. No dreams. You wake up refreshed, down a blood point as usual. Is anybody at half or below?
I'm at 14 out of 30.
All right. Hatshepsut, you are. As anybody else?
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good. I'm above my health.
All good.
Okay. So, all right. That's just something for me to note if you guys go hunting tonight, or get sustenance.
Which I will be because, I don't want to get any lower than that.
Wait, can we get food from the Helena? Is it a thing? Hospitality of the house? Or is it more like a
It
boon?
is a thing. They will provide you with a prisoner, if you so desire.
Okay. A prisoner. Okay, I will go hunt then, because a prisoner won't cut out me. I will go for a hunt.
Okay. Are you hunting in the palace, or do you go down to the village?
Probably I should go to the village. It will be better.
Okay.
Uh,
That you only each hunting roll, you're only going to find one person.
huh.
The village is preparing for the upcoming festival, and people are not really out and about right now. They are too busy doing other stuff.
What about palace then?
In the palace, you really should not be hunting. They will simply give you somebody to feed on.
So each roll means only one person,
Correct.
and each roll takes how much time?
About an hour.
About an hour. Okay. Yeah, I will probably make 2 rolls then. Let's see the first one first. I'm going to use. I really don't know which roll to make. Can I make a wit survival? Or with
Yeah, you can do with
stealth?
survival.
What did I miss?
Each hunting roll is only going to be one person.
I can tell you what you missed. If you
So
want.
don't worry too much about it. So if you want to hunt
Difficulty?
tonight, then go ahead and hunt.
Okay. Oh shit! That's not a bot. That's not a bot.
It's not a botch. However, you are supremely unsuccessful tonight.
It's because I failed seducing Nicodemus. It must be because of this.
It hit your confidence.
Yeah, it broke my confidence, you know. Such a beautiful body couldn't seduce.
I'm
Oh,
gonna,
you've succeeded, all right, but in the wrong sense.
I'm gonna go hunting as well. Oh wow.
Okay. Sorry, if you take 3, what happens? If you take 3 blood?
They have a potential to die.
Mm,
All right, so
but-
Hatshepsut, you
Yeah.
how do you normally hunt?
Usually I lure people over with a song, and when they're like seeing what's going on, and sort of entrance them, and then
Okay.
bite.
So, you're out and about, doing your troubadour thing. No, Sybil, you didn't find anybody.
Oh, my second roll, I made
Oh, second.
2.
All right. Well, give me
I
a
made
minute to
2.
describe. All right. So Sybil, or sorry, Hatshepsut, you were out and about, doing your thing, and you attract a person out a little late, gathering some wood and stuff for the upcoming bonfires. And how many blood points do you take?
2,
Okay.
which is reduced to 1 because of clan weakness.
All right, Sybil. You are sneaking around, and you do eventually find somebody out extremely late. Again, putting some stuff away, stuff that should have been done hours ago. And in fact, now they get to make a stamina roll.
Okay.
Okay. They fortunately appear to be okay. They stagger off after you are finished doing what you do.
Mm-hmm.
But they are unable to finish what they were doing and basically kind of stagger off towards their huts.
Okay. Yeah. I just go under obfuscate and go back to my place. Go back to the mansion.
Okay. So, Sybil, you're gone for about 2 hours. Hatchet, you're gone for an hour. About an hour and a half. And Sybil, you're gone about 2.5 hours. So.
Yeah. You said they were offering prisoners as feeding?
Yes. If you want to feed, they just tell somebody, and they will provide one for you. Albina, you as well also find somebody to feed on.
There's going to be taking 2 blood points.
Okay.
Once I get back, I will also take a prisoner.
So so Nicodemus would like to hunt first and then ask for a prisoner.
Can we actually do that? Like, do we have time to actually take a prisoner too after hunting 2 hours?
Yep. Because they'll just go get them out of the cells and bring them up in shackles.
Okay.
Actually, in ropes. They don't really have shackles
So-
right now. But
So is the procedure like that they are observing it, what we do with the prisoner, or
nope. You
or
just
we
tell
are
them,
free
hey,
to do what we do?
I would like to take advantage of the hospitality of Helena and request some blood, and they'll say, okay, I'll be back with a prisoner in a little bit. And they march somebody in, tied up pretty securely, just enough that they can walk, and shove them into your room. Let you know that it is these were pirates that were captured. And they are sentenced to service up to and including death.
Nicodemus is going to spend the first hour of the night to hunt and to replenish his reserve, and then he's going to ask for a prisoner under the pretext that he wants to feed, but in fact he wants to, as the others are hunting and wasting time, he's going to actually inquire about the man's life and why he has why has turned to the life of piracy.
Okay. So, Nicodemus, how many blood points do you take out of that person that you hunt?
Out of a single person, no more
Correct.
than 2.
Okay. So you get 2 blood.
Of the hunting roll.
Yeah, that's it. Each hunting roll is only 1 person. There's just not that many people out.
Okay, sure. That's not a problem. Nicodemus would probably want to take some from the prisoner, but his main focus is to...
Well, you can from the
Get
prisoner if
interested.
you want, but they shove the prisoner in. He's dressed in just enough to be a little bit modest, a little like loincloth kind of clout sort of deal. No sandals on his feet, nothing on his head, just enough to preserve modesty, but deprived of anything that would help him be seen as anything other than a prisoner. And in fact, he's got a big brand on his arm.
Is that just a regular brand that
Yeah.
denotes him as a criminal?
Yes.
So Nicodemus would probably start with sating his hunger.
Okay.
So take the second 2, the last 2 blood points that he needs to be entirely full.
All right.
And as he's recovering from the sensation, and likely the man is, he queries, "So why are you here?"
His Greek is really peasanty, very rough. He's obviously not an educated man.
Is it like
You have
that
lingua
he-
franca. You have lingua franca, correct?
Nicodemus would like to adjust to his way of speaking to build a sort of familiarity?
Yeah. You have the merit lingua franca, as I recall.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you could do this perfectly. You understand him just fine. You understand his dialect, and you can talk like him as well. Oh, just trying to provide for my wife and kids. Famine. Just did what I had to do. The
But this
bastards
is
threw me in the
risky.
basement and branded me.
Yeah. This is cruel. The world is cruel. You do what you have to do, but this is not the safest way. If you're gone, then they are gone as well. What do you think happens to them now?
By the gods, I swear I never killed anybody. I just took enough to feed my family. I've been gone for... I don't even know. They keep us down in the basement, in the water, rats. I can't even tell you. I've seen people lose their fingers to those rats trying to sleep. Their fingers and their toes. The punishment of the gods, this isn't godly, it's cruel.
Would Nicodemus know if... no, that's not the way... What do you intend to do with this? Are you just going to accept the fate that has been brought upon you?
You don't know what they do to somebody who tries to resist.
I don't. Why did you tell me?
He was eaten alive. They held him down and put a rat in a boat, like a log, and left him there in front of us. As you could hear his screams for 2 days.
There is a way out. A prized servant is always worth preserving. What do you think your strong points are? Perhaps you can convince them that you're valuable to be elsewhere.
Just a farmer. I can't even wield a club. I couldn't even fight the ship people off when we tried to get grain. All I know how to do is cluck a donkey and push down on a plow.
Do you ever have dreams?
We all had dreams once.
What do you have in those dreams? Do you picture yourself as someone else? Do you feel the strength that comes to you from
All I ever dream is that my
From
brother
the-
takes care of my kids. That's all I got left.
Is that what's keeping you?
He gets this look in his eye. He's like, I can't help it. It's the mistress of the palace. I can't. She told me I can't do anything to leave this world, that to leave her, and I can't help it. I have to stay. And it looks like he's fighting revulsion and attraction within himself.
Thus, it clearly seems like Helena has had their way with.
She's a monster, but I'd do anything for her.
Including sacrificing your family? No, you're a stronger man than that. Find a way to find yourself, to make yourself useful. And the fruits will bear. It's
God help me,
it's
yeah, Hera, Zeus, somebody, any god, goddess, just take me away from her. If she told me to slice my daughter's throat, I would. God help me. I can't. You don't know what it's like. You can't resist her.
Nicodemus takes a deep breath as he's clearly touched by the revelations of this man, and he looks him deep in the eye and don't make them play this game. You have to convince them you're more than just a servant, just a slave. You have to find a way. I can't tell you what to do, but because I don't know you. I know you have your family to look after, and this is your driving force. Forge it into your weapon. Forge it into the resistance that you can make. And perhaps one day you will be able to make a difference.
He shuffles up. Please, you sound like an honorable man. Please, and he kind of gets close to you. Please help me out of this. You gotta help me.
Nicodemus smiles sadly. There are shackles in this world. Shackles greater than any of us. In a way, I'm a slave just as you, but you, and he points his finger at him, you can decide in ways bigger than me.
As you're talking and trying to give some morally righteous advice, you have no warning, but you see just before it happens, somehow you realize he picked up your knife when you weren't looking, and it's in his hand, and he jams it into your neck. Just BAM! And he rips it across your throat. Obviously expecting you to die from this.
But what happens is
You just bleed on him.
Soak 1 lethal.
did that.
Yeah, so he jams it and he rips it across, and even as he does it, he doesn't see this obviously. The wound seals itself immediately as the knife is getting drawn across your throat. Your undead flesh rejecting the wound. And he shoves your body to the ground. And as you lay there, just stunned for a second at the attack, you hear him going, "Self-righteous fucking prick. Fuck this guy." And he starts sawing at the rope, holding his feet together.
Nicodemus jumps upon him and determined to take the knife out.
Yeah, surprise attack. You leap on top of him, jam him backwards.
Just a second, be right back.
And he looks at you straight in the eyes in shock. You should be dead. And your arms are on his wrist, and he's trying to jam the knife into you, but without the advantage of surprise, and weakened by the blood loss, he's no match for you. He can't get the knife to get you as you're holding onto his wrists, and you're struggling, and all your weight's on top of him, and you realize you could probably put your knee on his diaphragm and just slowly, use that pressure to force him unconscious if you wanted to.
Nicodemus just wants to get his knife back and ensure the man is back in his wounds, in his bindings.
So you focus all your effort on the knife. You rip his wrist back, grab his fingers, yank him open, take the knife away. You hear one of his fingers crack as it snaps like a pretzel, and you rip the knife away. And he gets on his hands and knees, and it's like he can't decide whether to attack you again or beg for mercy.
Nicodemus just sprawls away from this man, and he takes a moment to weep upon the poor man's fate, as it clearly is determined, and the man is just a caged animal that has run out of options. He seems wordless at the moment, and he just strides towards the door and summons the guard and seeks to escape this man. Perhaps he had the physical advantage, but the moral advantage was not there.
He
Scrambles
starts
away.
crying as the guards start dragging him away. I'm so sorry. Please help me. No, don't let him take me away, please. And they start dragging him down the hallway, and the door shuts, and his screams are cut off. No, please. And it gets quiet.
Nicodemus battles with his thoughts, where as he strolls away from the palace, with each step he considers, is this what Solot wanted us to preserve, to save? Is it even worth? He shakes this away. The corruption of the blood, the corruption of the power. They do not yet see the light. He crawls away into just to see one sight that will suit his soul, the sight of the moon, that hopefully is not behind the clouds.
The moon's almost full, and the sky itself, this is a beautiful summer sky at night. Very few clouds in the sky. Lights up the white palace beautifully. Everything is shades of gray and white that you can see.
Nicodemus takes the energy from the radiating moon and strolls towards whatever his thoughts will take him. Perhaps there is a temple to Janus. No, there's. Sorry. He takes a safe spot and offers a prayer to Janus, and
Okay. So, did anybody else wanted to get a prisoner?
I would like to.
Okay, so Sybil, they shove a prisoner in your room. He takes one look at you. Are you using mask?
I'm using Song of Serenity.
Okay. They shove you in the room. Or they shove him in the room, sorry. He takes one look at you, starts screaming, "Let me out! Let me out! Oh my god, let me out!" Like, grabs the door and yanks it open, only to be punched in the face by one of the guards standing right there. Pow! His nose breaks. And he goes staggering back into the door. The guard shuts the door behind him.
Okay, I will. Yeah, I will probably force him to look at my eyes, and I will use Song of Serenity. My animalism tree to make it, you know, something lesser than human.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Animalism level 3, Song of Serenity. Alright,
And I'm going to use fear for this one. I'm going to use
so that's not
intimidation.
that's going to be Cal the Beast. So the song same power. But yeah, so manipulation plus intimidation.
Manipulation plus intimidation.
Add 2 dice to that dice pool.
Okay. Intimidate. Yeah, 2 dice, huh?
Yeah,
Difficulty?
3.
Is it written? Difficulty?
Yes, difficulty the opponent's willpower. Oh, sorry, difficulty
It's
7.
will-
You need 3 successes. Diff 7.
Shit. Well, it's I have to keep on, so it's not a botch, it's a favor. Okay.
So you take an action to do that. Growling, snarling, attempting to cow him. He realizes he's cornered. There's a beast snarling at him, and he's a criminal. He's going to try to fight. So we're going to see if he sees a weapon to use. All right, he sees a one of those big, heavy brass pots that hold lamp oil, and he grabs hold of that. And next action, he's going to try to attack you with it. So go ahead and roll your power again.
Okay, +2 still to do.
Nope, just
Modifier?
your regular dice pool this time. Okay, 1 success. You need 2 more. He is going to attack you with the heavy pot.
Do it.
He smashes the pot into you. In fact, he smashes it into your head.
Yes.
Soak 2 bashing.
Okay.
Stamina plus fortitude. Alright, you soak 1, and you divide in half, round down, you take no damage. Although this heavy brass pot smashes the side of your head, you go staggering across the room, undamaged, just a little bit stunned. Are you going to make the same roll?
Okay. 7.
Alright, add an extra dice.
Oh, okay.
Roll
let
1
me
more
roll it.
dice.
1d10. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Okay. He sees you are basically undamaged, and in a moment of desperate ingenuity, he turns the pot and tries to jam it over your head. It's gonna be diff 8. Aha, 1 success. He takes his pot and it gets jammed tight, but bam! Straight down over your head. Does no damage. However, it's on there tight. So you cannot see anything. There's this huge heavy pot on your head.
Okay. Can I take it out?
It's going to take you a full action to power this thing off.
Can I just punch it then?
Punch what, the pot?
Yeah. Can I break it?
It's brass.
Okay.
If you punch it, you're gonna ring
I
your
will
head like a
take-
bell.
I will take multiple actions then. I will take out the pet and I will use my multiple action for the Song of Serenity.
All right, you rip the pot off your head. The dude has opened the door and is leaping into the hallway.
Hey, didn't he use his action to
No,
take
this is
the
new
attack
round,
with
buddy.
the pot?
New round.
I said I use multiple actions.
I know, but your second action goes after. So he's
Okay.
trying to escape. He actually made it out in the hallway this time.
Oh, the soldier couldn't stop him, huh?
Well, he kind of wasn't expecting it.
Okay. Okay, is it my turn? Yeah, I will just catch it. I just slam it I will just throw the guy, after catching the guy, throw it to the bodyguard standing in front of the door. For it to throw it back to the room.
What, the pot?
No. When his turn is done,
Right,
I will
he's outside your
run.
room. He's in the hallway. He's
Okay,
turning to
yeah.
run. He's running away.
Yeah, I will catch him.
Dex Athletics.
And yeah, I will catch him.
Dex
if I
Athletics. Diff 8.
If I
Minus 2
can.
dice.
can. Minus 2 dice.
You need 2 successes.
The minus 2 dice. Okay.
Yes. Diff 8.
So minus 3 then, because I have injury.
Alright, yeah, you slip out the door and you grab this guy.
Yeah, I throw the guy towards the bodyguard standing in front
Yeah.
of the door.
The guard is just a little bit down the hallway, and he was preparing for him. So you push him into the guard, and the guard slugs him upside the jaw again. Bam! His knees buckle. Ugh! And the guard grabs him by the neck and the loincloth, hoists him up in a pretty bad wedgie that gets all of his bits and bobs, and walks him back into your room and then kicks him in the ass. Bam! And this guy goes stumbling, smashes his head against your bed, goes down to the ground, obviously severely stunned, trying to get up. And he's trying to get up and he's failing. His arms are slipping. He's probably got a bad concussion. Try to get up and slide away from you.
Yeah, I will keep on with my Song of Serenity. So making.
All right, yeah, go ahead and make your roll again. Just a
Jesus.
regular dice pool this time. All right,
Jesus.
he's still feebly resisting you.
Fuck.
There's not much effort in it though. He's trying to crawl away. He's not putting up a good fight anymore though.
Okay, then I will go monster on this one. I will catch the guy from angle, pull it, make it drop to the ground again. I will drop myself over his body. I'm just going to, give my whole weight over his body after doing so.
Okay.
And I
Yeah,
will
you
just,
leap all your, and you're gonna take a nice big bite.
Yeah, I take a big bite.
All right, you sink your teeth into him. He immediately goes limp, and as the kiss overtakes him. How many blood points you take?
I think inside myself, you were a nasty one, weren't you? And I take 3 blood points.
Okay. He appears that he's going to make it. He does pass out, but he's still breathing, and there's a very faint pulse.
Cool. Interesting one. I will
So you
just
get
heal
3.
myself. And I will just heal myself. So, down 2. I knock the door and not
hear me?
showing myself to guard, just open the door and
I'm
tell
lost.
you can leave the prison.
Okay, Dennis, I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
It's good on our
Oh,
side.
sorry, it was mine. My volume suddenly got turned down somehow.
Hello?
Yeah, I got you.
Hello?
Dennis.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my fault.
Okay. I go behind the door and
open the door, of course. After going behind the door, I open the door and tell the guard that it can take the prisoner. He can take the prisoner. I don't show myself. I just open the door and hiding behind the door. Do you hear me?
Yeah, they unceremoniously drag him away.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Is anybody else using a prisoner? All right.
I mentioned that I have, right?
Yes, I got you. I got Nicodemus. And they do the same thing for you, Hat. They prisoner tied, legs tied so they can only walk, kind of shuffle. Bare modesty of clothing, big brand on their arm. I assume you didn't do anything unusual except feed.
Yeah.
So it's going on midnight by now.
Okay, are we back to chambers?
Yeah,
Like
everybody's
together?
back.
Join to okay.
Yep.
Okay. You know what? I feel like I'm kind of bored with that well. I think that we should forget it for now. Maybe later on we can go back to it. I'm honestly curious about things waiting me in Rome. And that sound, it might be the side effects of the cave. I don't know. I heard something, but never mind. I'm just eager to meet with the Artemis, your patron, and the Camilla. So wait, are we just going to stand here? Are we going back to Rome, friends? I skipped to the Albina and others.
We were instructed, I believe, to wait until the talks were over, which may well give us plenty of time.
Plenty of time, you say. So there is no source of fun other than the well. It seems like in this location.
I mean, I suppose if you wanted to, you could look for other trouble, but well.
I'm sure the Nosferatu knows some stuff about the well itself. But the thing is, I'm worried about the cost itself. We might be backing up each other, but nevertheless, everything has a price, no matter who it's sold to. Also, maybe if one of you guys want to pay the price, I might make the arrangement, the meeting itself happen. If any of you eager to buy information from Nosferatu.
If first you need to know what is the price before you know if you are willing to pay for it, or even able to do so.
Well, you can talk about this at the meeting.
What's the range of the price that your kin usually?
Well, it depends on the kind of information we are looking at. Now, considering the standing of this well, the mystery behind it, I will assume that it would either be, in best case, 2, 3, several major boons, or it could be at worst long-term stuff. Possibly they will want you to do something for them, ranging from information you have or some secrets that you will not like to share to anybody. Or they might as well ask for something weird, something strange you will not understand the reasoning of, but will definitely be important nonetheless.
Negotiation aside, why are we doing this again?
To get information about the well, much easier, much faster, much safer. I mean, we
Much
do our
indebted
job
one,
well. Hmm?
much more indebted.
I mean, I'm just giving you a suggestion. If any of you is eager to uncover this mystery behind the well, the best answer, best easiest, safest answer is the Nosferatu, my kin. And there's always a price. You can always take it, buy it. Think about it. We have still time, and I can arrange the meeting whenever. It might be tonight. It might be next night.
I wonder if there's anyone actually out of character. Would I know that object reading is a thing that kindred with Auspex can do?
Make a intelligence plus occult roll.
That's object reading.
Difficulty?
6. Ospec's pretty common.
3 successes.
Yeah, you've heard about it.
Perhaps we could. Perhaps it's a long shot, but perhaps we could find someone who might be able to find an impression on these bowls. Not likely, but it's worth a shot.
That will probably cost 2. Also, I want to point out this. It would be a same with trading something with Nosferatu. It would be depending on their own choice to answer us. But at least when you work with Nosferatu, they do their job trustably without fucking you over. In a sense you would expect from a average kindred. So it might be safer again to go with my kin rather than finding a Torade or some other aspects individual who can take the information, deceive us, hold the information for himself or herself. So it's not the safest option still. And there will still be a cost too. They, like Nosferatu, they will probably want something in return too. But in overall, it will be a damage rather than help.
Can't we barter that we will relay any information, any secrets we find to them?
To Nosferatu, if you work with them. You can definitely do that. You can definitely offer that. You can definitely bargain.
No. What I'm hinting at is that they invest in us, and in return, if we find any relevant information inside the caves, we will relay it to them.
Yeah, that can definitely work. Just say the word, I will make the arrangement.
Nicodemus, could you handle this aspect of it? I need to. I feel like I need to consult the library.
I thought you were the outgoing one. But I understand you don't want to have any dealings with the Nosferatu.
It
So that hurts my feelings.
It genuinely isn't that. I have some. There are some hints and inklings I have that would only make sense to me, if that makes sense.
It always makes sense, my dear.
So, are we going to do this? Should I arrange a meeting? You want it, Nicodemus? It will be between you.
Nicodemus seems amused. Sure, why not? Let us see what your friends know about the thing that no one has discovered anything about for likely centuries or even millennia.
Okay, I will go outside. I want to use summon or animalism, and I want to summon the red I spoke with to send a message to Nosferatu. I want to summon that red.
Okay, go ahead.
And should be the survival plus. Wait, it should be. Let me look at it. I believe charisma, but whatever. Animalism. Okay. Oh, that's Labiana. Okay. Cold Wild. Let's see. Charisma survival difficulty 6. Okay. Charisma survival difficulty 6.
Okay, the rat shows up.
Okay. I will ask the rat to do the same thing as I asked it to do before. Can you find a Nosferatu and tell that Nosferatu I want to meet with that individual as fast as possible.
Yeah, give me food.
I give it food.
All right, it takes the food from your hand. It takes off running. About half an hour, it comes back as you're just kind of sitting there chilling, waiting. Says same place.
Sorry, who says same place?
He says same place.
Rat.
Yes, the rat comes back and says, he says same place.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I give another small piece of cheese or something that rats would eat and go to the same place.
Just you, or are you taking Nicodemus with you?
I will be taking Nicodemus with me.
All right, so yeah, you show up there, and that same Nosferatu makes himself known to you as you approach.
Brother, I brought you a client that wishes to take the advantage of the greater knowledge of our kin. This will be a trade between you and him.
Now,
alone.
what language are you speaking?
Sorry?
What language are you speaking?
The language we spoke earlier together.
Aramaic.
Yep, Aramaic.
Nicodemus, you speak Aramaic.
Huh, I don't think so. Let me look. Nope.
All right, so you have no idea what they're saying.
Nicodemus waits patiently. He probably knows what kind of language they're speaking, but he doesn't understand it.
All right, so they're talking, jabbering back and forth.
You think they're speaking Norwegian. You don't even know that Norway exists, but you think that's what they're...
So the other Nosferatu looks at you and he says something. Sybil, you understand? He says, "Well, what do you want?" And Nicodemus kind of looks at him.
Does it ask me what you want?
No, you said you brought a
Oh.
client to him, so he turns to the
Yeah.
client.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I just take a few steps back because I'm the messenger, not the.
Nicodemus states in Greek, "We seek to explore the well. Is there an What's the reaction?
He looks at you and he goes, Greek very bad. Me Urgohol, you...
Nicodemus shrugs and
God damn it! I should have had Hat come with it.
he tries Latin.
Guess what
Seeking
language
well-
Hat?
Seeking well knowledge.
Yeah, that goes completely over his head.
You want me to translate, brother?
He goes through any other languages that he knows. So he goes through Phoenician, Enochian, Hebrew, Arabian, and Old Persian.
He actually will speak Old Persian with you.
Is it on the better terms than Greek?
Yes, he's significantly better at it. So there, you two, the two of you are speaking Old Persian, and a civilized tongue. Oh, thankfully.
Begged.
I'm Urgahalt.
I am Nicodemus. We seek to explore the well, but we find ourselves short of information.
Well, it pains me very deeply to admit this, but I know nothing of it. I am merely a visitor here at the conference.
Do you know of any residual Nosferatu that may be more knowledgeable in these things?
They are keeping them, if they are here, they are keeping themselves well hidden. Even I have not tried to breach Helena's hospitality by finding out. Only,
Why do you think?
only Sybil, and Sybil, you see him point to you. Only Sybil has reached out to me.
Why do you think this happens? From what I've heard and Sybil has been bragging about, and at this point, Nicodemus hints at Sybil with a nod of his chin. Nosferatu has been a pretty tight clan that seems to share information through and out.
Well, either there are no Nosferatu here, or they are scared of Helena and do not wish to draw her attention.
Nicodemus tries to scrutinize the way the man speaks, and he keeps an eye on his horrid visages. Could it be that he's hiding something?
Yeah, Urgahalt seems completely at ease. It's like he expects you to understand the reason why, without him having to elaborate.
No Nosferatu around here. Yes, I can figure out why, but was it always this sort of thing?
I don't
Perhaps.
know. I can't tell you.
What do you personally think of the well?
I ignored it. That's not why
Why?
I'm here. I honestly don't even know what well you're talking about.
Nicodemus looks between Sybil and the Nosferatu, and
Mention the labyrinth.
what do you think this island is famous for?
Trade. Being the head of a former empire.
Are you playing with me? It's the labyrinth.
The labyrinth is only
pretty
one part of this island's ancient and vast history.
Oh, but the trade is so boring and predictable. Whereas the labyrinth and the minotaur are the real ripe, juicy parts.
So, do you think the Minotaur was a Nosferatu?
I don't know.
Do you
I
think?
don't know
Do you
what
think that
the
two Toreador would have been ashamed to give birth to a Nosferatu abomination, and
this is
maybe possibly sealed it up to never be found again?
this is a very entertaining thought. But like you, I deal with facts, and I want to know the truth.
Well, look, the truth is, I don't care. I have my own problems on my own land, and don't really care to piss off the hostess of this area. Her reach is long and her influence is vast.
I can understand this, my friend. So, on these good words and these words of wisdom, I will not press any further. I hope that your journey will be a successful one.
Listen,
And Nicodemus nods politely.
from one seeker of knowledge to another, some secrets are best left buried.
This is a maxim that I really respect, but sometimes you're crazy enough to bend it. And with that, Nicodemus winks.
Urgahalt vanishes in front
And
of
he
your
steps
eyes, and he is gone.
I approached Nicodemus. So, how did it went? Did you get your information?
I like this man. I
Of
very
course you
much
do.
applaud his insight and
He's a
the
Nosferatu.
great roots he burrows with into the soil of reality.
Well, as
But
I say,
unfortunately, I have learned very little, as much as it pains me. The negotiations weren't even open. It seems that there are either no Nosferatu around here or they are buried really deep. Really.
well, there's always a Nosferatu.
Do you
But
really think so? Where do you think we are? Where do we think we are, Sybil? Do you think Helena, whenever you come to her court, really, really watches you with appreciative eye?
Well, it does not have to. We
I
do
mean,
not look for appreciation by others. We look for other kind of stuff. It's mostly fear in their eyes, the sense of weariness, the ire vibe. Appreciation is the least thing we expect from other clans.
but picture this, when you're on the very other end of the spectrum and when you're lot and contempt, what do you think will happen? I mean, you're beautiful to me, Sybil, in many ways. But the Toreador narrowed mind, what do you think it will tell to them?
It will do what Toreador does. Burn the ugly.
Exactly. This is why I'm afraid your lead is an empty one, despite all your efforts, which are very welcomed.
Well, nevertheless, it seems that my friend here did not help you, so
But rest assured, he was very respectful, and I'd like to consider him one of my friends someday.
well, if you want to do some good deed, then it will be good of you to share this such an how to say it applause while talking about Nosferatu near other vampires. You know, tell them that we are respectful, we are trustable, We are good business people. Increase our fame, make it diversify, clear some stereotypical things. It will help all of us in the grand scheme of things.
Of course, I have nothing but praise to Nosferatu people.
Some of my best friends are Nosferatu. I can't be racist.
Yeah. Well, let's go back.
All right, Hatship sit while this is going on. You are off doing your own thing. What are you doing?
I'm going to try. I'm going to go through the palace libraries and try to get any information I can on the history of worship here.
Sumer,
As previously mentioned, the libraries have been excised. There's not much here. It's all governmental bureaucracy stuff.
There has to be something, even if it's just like a page that someone ripped out and forgot about. Absolutely nothing, though.
Intelligence plus academics.
Difficulty?
6. Okay, you're going through this page after page after page of books, and there is nothing here. Whoever purged this has had a lot of time to do it. In fact, while you're doing it, Libris is in a library doing his own thing with these books, ignoring you.
At one point, Hannah's gonna pause a moment and just like try to calm herself. Okay, you need to think clearly about this. Don't let desire distract you. Okay. At some point during this, she's probably going to look over at Libris. It's curious how much of the information that would have likely been here has been removed.
He just keeps on reading his book, making notes. Were you gonna ask a question or do something besides make an observation?
You've likely been here some time. If I may pry just a moment, might you know anything about the history of worship here?
I urge you to think about methods of worship. Think logically. You are a fan of Greek thought, correct?
I've studied a fair amount, yes.
Then you should be aware of the thoughts of logic of the great philosophers. Let me ask you this. How is information recorded?
Out of character, I get the feeling that this is something that my character would get what he's hinting at, but I wouldn't.
Information is recorded in writing, but how else is it recorded? How is information passed from one person to another?
Oral tradition.
Oral. What else?
Murals, architecture. There are many ways to
Story.
story.
So, if there is nothing in the books, why have you not sought out the local storytellers and the local pottery and artisans?
I see your point. Thank you kindly. I've perhaps forgotten the lesson I learned long ago that there's always many avenues to pursue information. I thank you for reminding me this lesson.
The problem with books, those in charge write them.
And that's actually one that I do know all too well. I will cease disturbing you now. And with that, Hat will give a respectful nod and leave and start. What time in game is it?
Now, let me ask Albina, what are you doing?
Obna is actually going to trying to walk around the palace, trying to explore the place a bit.
Uh, yeah, it's fairly open. There are a couple of spots that are closed off. Um, and the guards basically say that's due to mortal concerns. They don't necessarily want the mortals that are doing business there or will be doing business there to interact with you or other members of the night. So, but for the most part, it's probably 75% open. And you can simply explore. You look at the art on the walls. It's all kind of, it's well done, but it's reflects oral history of mythology here. What um, the main story. It doesn't tell secrets. You know, you all know the story of the Minotaur. You know bull dancing. That's what's on the walls.
The castle is older than Helena, right? It was here before she arrived. Is there anything that might clue me in as to what is the original inhabitants or the original purpose?
Do you have like architecture or art history of some kind? Crafts
No,
art, crafts painting, anything like that?
no specialization on that.
Okay. Yeah, you really don't have the knowledge to tell. Um, you know your theology is good enough that you recognize many of the murals. You know that they are conform to the popular stories that are told. But there's nothing surprising here. There's nothing you didn't already know.
Then I guess I'm just going to go directly to the font herself. Go watch Helena.
Okay. It takes a little bit. She has to make some time, but she can clear a little bit of time for you.
Once she managed to do so, she's going to approach.
Okay. Yeah, she's tuning a lute, uh, strumming at it a little bit, and she sits there. She's got her legs crossed, and she gestures to you to take a seat.
Takes a seat.
What is the hurry tonight?
She looks over the lute you play. I was not aware of it.
Oh, some little bit. It's a pastime of my clan. I prefer to play the loom, but the lute is good for travel.
I imagine so. I've been meaning to ask. This castle has been here before you, is that correct? this palace?
This palace is built upon the ruins of a far older facility.
What about this facility?
Well,
I'm so
in the
curious.
fall of my sire, many hundreds of years ago, it was burnt down, and it was long before I had the resources to rebuild it. But I rebuilt it. I have had it done, and it far exceeds the glory of the older structure.
But parts of the old structure still remain beneath it.
Oh,
Jeez,
alas, such
question.
things are not. Such things are best left to be remain buried. They support that which is new and bright and better.
Greater.
Yes, greater in every word. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah, her tone and the look in her tone and the look in her eyes make it pretty clear that she's done with this subject.
She's going to. Abner is going to then try to push it to something that's a bit more, hopefully a bit more pleasant. When you next perform, would you allow me to be able to have the pleasure of hearing you? I have not. They have not had the pleasure of watching your clan often while they perform the craft, but the time that I did, it turned out it was the one wondrous experiences I ever had. And it would be a pleasure to have it again. And I imagine you will be even better than most of the others of.
At the lute, I'm afraid not. I'm of mediocre skill at best. However, if you wish to see evidence of my true calling, I will have Paris escort you through the halls and you can view some of my artwork.
I'd be delighted.
Then, tomorrow night, then, I will have him escort you around.
She nods her head in gratefulness, and then steps back to asking her if she can take her as a way of asking her if there's anything else you'd like to say, or if she can take.
She gives you the gracious nod of dismissal, and the guards open the door for you. Well, not really guards, the servants open the doors for you, so that you may leave quietly while she plucks at the lute. On your way out, you notice there's actually somebody else standing in there with another lute, and he's looking at her.
Does she recognize you as someone else? Is she like another servant? Does she looks to be another
It's
servant?
just somebody who is enamored with her beauty as everyone else.
Okay. So yeah, she heads back to the group's court.
Right, you guys all meet up and gather about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Just enough time to share what you have all discovered. So, Albana and Hatshepsut, how would you phrase your discoveries tonight?
It seems like Helena is well aware of what lays beneath this place. She says something built by her sire, but fell in disrepair with his death. This that much of what we see now has been built on top of it after the death of her sire, on top of the remains of his grave. She does not wish to discuss more about it, and I do not think she'd appreciate it if we are to approach her about this subject.
Hatshepsut has stepped away for a minute. How much longer do you guys want to go tonight? We got about 20 minutes to the end of session.
Or we can go for 20 more, maybe, or 10 more. At least we can clear the day. Night, or finish the night.
I can keep going.
Same.
All right. We'll let Hat fill in when she gets back, but after that, you guys pretty much all rest up tonight. Wake up next night, again, pleasant sleep, no issues, no dreams, no nothing. And you wake up, spend a blood point to rise, and you regain a willpower point if you were down one. You're ready.
Okay. Okay. So, how many
We've learned
days are there?
very little.
How many days are there till the meeting?
If all goes well, maybe 10 or 11.
Nice. Nearly 2 weeks. Cool. Let's see. Books are problem. The story is disappointment. NPCs, characters are not very useful.
I think what had suggested was the best course of action. Just don't attach ourselves to the books, but go around as people.
You can do that. We can ask it to bartenders, the tavern owners, because they will probably speak with people all the time. They might know some stuff. We can go to the old wise person of the village. We can go to the story interested geek of the village. We can go to children's. Children's are also a good way of learning about the culture's stories and, beliefs.
It really seems like the old times, so probably the old timers are our best bet. The tavern is a good place to start. Perhaps there will be some elderly ones.
I'm back. What do I miss?
Oh,
Too
right.
much.
How would you
can-
summarize what you learned, Hatshepsut?
Huh?
How would you summarize what you learned tonight
Character.
in character?
That the lesson I've relearned is that there is always more than one source for information.
Just what we talked about.
Yep.
Okay, let's go to tavern then.
So,
Let's
as you guys are
see.
talking, the ghoul Prius shows up at your chambers.
Greetings to you, Prius. What brings us to our humble abodes?
I am here to collect Albana Palace for a tour of some tapestries and carpets.
Ooh. A tour with whom?
Is this from Helena herself?
Albana asked for this.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
I requested to be able to witness how war.
Well, then, by all means, don't let us interfere.
Good
Have a
luck.
good time and don't forget to tell us all about this.
Unless, well, here's a question: is it just for it? Would it be open to others, or
It's intimate.
Must ask your companion.
Don't spoil the moment for them.
I do not
Okay.
mind the companionship of the rest of the coterie. If you so desire.
I will follow along. I promise I will not get in the way.
All right, so the three of you, Prius and Hatchet and Albina, begin to walk the palace. Prius, of course, as handsome as always, well muscled, oiled up, is a gracious and articulate tour guide. Walks you through the hallways and brings you to a stop in front of a magnificent tapestry. Invites you to reach out and feel it, touch it.
Abnad runs her fingers along.
As we'll have.
It is wool, but it's so tightly packed. You would think it's something much finer.
Helena is a seamstress.
The scene depicts a bull dance. Every detail of it is just amazing. You swear you can see the muscles ripple on the bull dancer's arms as he leaps, the scene has captured him in midair, leaping over the bull's head that tried to gore him. You could swear you'd even see a speck of dust as they're being kicked up by the bull's hooves in the arena. It is unbelievable how good this tapestry is. Even to your uneducated eyes, this is, if somebody were to try to buy it, it'd easily be worth several hundred gold pieces.
Do you know when she made this one?
Oh, this is perhaps a decade ago. It's one of her more recent pieces. She still likes to keep her skills sharp. It's something craft she learned in her days as a fresh-blooded maiden youth. Even while she still breathed, it was something to keep the ladies of the village busy.
I'm going to be carefully analyzing, with my gaze for anything that looks the slightest bit out of the ordinary about the image. Any hidden details that seem out of place.
No,
Yeah, the same.
no. The more you examine it, the more that you see. It's so well done that you could almost imagine yourself in the crowd cheering with the people. Maybe it's just your imagination, but you'd almost think that even the people of the crowd have a face, and they're all different. You don't know how she would have done that, but maybe that's just your imagination. You swear you can feel the excitement in the air. Maybe even a single tiny thread in the forehead of the man to suggest a drop of sweat on his brow. You really feel like you could probably get lost examining this tapestry for nights on end and still find amazing new things. But there's nothing supernatural about it. There's nothing that depicts a secret.
No lights and no symbols, I presume, of any
No,
kind.
nothing like that. When he
Alright,
has allowed you a significant amount of time, he suggests you move on. Takes you to several rooms. You look at some carpets and some stuff hanging on pottery and things like that. Again, all of it's masterwork, but there's nothing that looks like it's a secret. He finally takes you in and he says, this is one of their earlier surviving pieces. It dates from a few hundred years ago.
One of the earliest surviving pieces. What do you mean?
Oh, surely you know this island was attacked several centuries ago. There was a there was a very large battle, and in the middle of the battle there was a huge volcano that erupted uh, on a neighboring island. Completely, the earthquake completely destroyed many of the buildings here. Uh, Many places caught on fire. The ash and dust cloud just blanketed the whole island.
A volcano. Hmm.
But that was several hundred years ago. It's old history. I doubt the humans even remember it.
Whereabouts was that volcano? Out of just pure curiosity.
I don't even know. I just know the story.
I see.
Had there been no further incidents to the volcano like that?
Oh no, it's
Did
the
such
usual minor earthquakes and the lashings of the Titans in their prison in Tartarus shaking the ground every so often, but nothing bad. Nothing terrible.
cannot even imagine what tragedy it must be to lose such a collection. Like,
The Titans were formidable creatures. Fortunately, the gods took care of them for us. But as I explained, this unfortunately her earliest work has been lost, including many of her pieces that depicted her mortal family. It was a devastating blow.
she kept contact with her mortal family in her earlier years.
In her early years. They are, of course, long since departed.
Hmm. Are there no survivors?
No. I'm the closest thing she has to a mortal family.
She nods. I see. It
Um,
makes sense now.
so out of character, has he shown? Has he already started to show us the third?
Yeah, the last piece. Again, great and amazing craftsmanship. Nothing terribly mystical or secretive about it. But it's not as good as her last piece.
Hmm. Well, that's to be expected.
But any of the things you've seen here would draw hundreds of gold pieces for sale, even in an open auction. In a private auction amongst Camilla, uh, Michael, or Bester the Toreador, thousands.
I can only imagine that. I must imagine that at least one individual with more greed than sense tried to take one of these at some point.
Oh, the mortals are kept well in line, and the cells down below are well stocked with prisoners who can attest to the efficacy of our punishment. There are none now living who would dare to steal from her. Anyways, I believe that concludes our tour. Uh, her pieces are not for sale; they are only for admiring. But
Of course, I understand.
I hope you
Perfect.
enjoyed seeing what her artistry looks like.
It was a pleasure. A true, uh, a true feast for the eye and the touch.
Let me walk you back to your quarters then.
She offers the hand for him to guide her.
He takes you in each arm and guides you back to the quarters.
we're in the tavern at the meantime.
Yep. So you guys went off to the mortal village that's nearby, and Sybil, how much obfuscate are you using?
I'm using probably Obfuscate 2 and maybe 1, I don't know, it depends on the environment.
All right. You're obfuscated, and Nicodemus has gone to the tavern. The tavern itself is really empty. Again, they are preparing for an upcoming feast, and they don't really have a lot of time to spend drinking the night away.
Do I need to describe my clothes? Or would you assume that I have this, robe or...
You're
Big
using
clothes
obfuscate
cover.
too, so
Yeah, I know, but I still have my clothes.
yeah, as long as you don't unobfuscate, I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Everyone just goes, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, it's not, oh, look at the clothes, it's, oh my god, look at the face!
This is
So
only a
how mu-
nightmare.
So very little people, but how early is it into the night?
Yeah, let's just say if sunset was 10, it's probably 10:45.
Whoa.
And it's already pretty empty, right?
Right.
When is the festival again? When is
In
the
about
festival?
10 days.
About 10 days. No, actually the same date with the vampires arriving.
Well, no, they're going to arrive before that. They hope.
Okay. Okay. So could this be because of the preparations?
That's exactly why it's empty. They are incredibly busy during the day, stocking everything up, getting things set up, and they are too damn tired to stay up late.
So is there one person, only the tavern owner, or is there
Only
some...
one or two, not very many. There are a couple
I
people,
see.
but
I see.
if it wasn't coming up on a feast, there would be 20 people in here.
Okay.
Nicodemus approaches well, whoever there is for the taking.
Yeah,
from
basically the
from
owner.
Basically,
Yeah.
yeah. And he fires up to a straight point. Good evening. I'm searching for people of knowledge, people who have seen the times, the elderly, knowledgeable people. And he flings a coin towards the bartender.
He snatches it out of the air and tucks it away immediately.
Good instinct.
Yeah, the reflexiveness.
Well, sorry to say that their old gaffers aren't really out and about right now. They're saving up all their drinking muscles for the feast. But I'm kind of glad to have you guys in here.
Tell me where I can find one.
Probably sleeping right now. They usually like to wander in a couple hours after sunrise and get their first olives of the day.
Tell me where I can find one.
Oh, well, old Donnie's over in about 3 huts down. He's the closest one.
How about the others?
Fred and Wilbur are, in his place and this place. He gives you verbal directions.
I wish to search for the lore of this place, the history. Would they really be the good people to talk to?
Well, they know how to tell a tale, I'll tell you that. But I suppose you're looking for the local entertainer. He travels from village to village around here. Doesn't really hang out too much. Not sure where he's at right now. He'll definitely be back for the main feast, though. He won't want to miss the coin to be had performing.
I'm less interested in entertainment. I'm more interested about facts. So if there's anyone better than the one you suggested,
Well, I mean, the priest of Poseidon up at the palace.
this all sounds good enough for me. Have a good evening.
If we get out from the tavern, I would like to. I would say if we go in an alley, somewhere people are not, visible there to see us.
There's not really
I
any
would-
alleys, but you hide behind a pre-set up bonfire.
I just want to, drop my obfuscate and ask Nicodemus how I look like. In a place where other people won't see my face.
You using obfuscate 3.
Yeah, that I made the roll.
Okay, you need to spend 2 blood points.
I'm not. Wait. Do I have to spend increase my appearance?
Yes, because you have 0 appearance.
Okay. So okay, obfuscate 3 does nothing in that case. Then.
But you just
Or
have to
wait.
spend 2 blood points to look like appearance 2. Completely neutral look.
Oh no, I mean as long as people will not attack me or freak out, that's enough for me.
It kind of requires it. To appear as an appearance higher than your natural appearance, you must spend blood points.
Okay. Because it says like one success, albeit tragically hideous human. Okay, then I have to spend blood then, it seems like. Okay, 2 blood goes away.
Should a vampire wish to create a face more appealing than her own, she must spend a point of blood for every dot of difference from her appearance to that of the disguise.
Yeah. I don't want to be appealing, I want to be not attacked.
Well, you have
or
appearance 0,
reach
so you
Masquerade.
have to do it.
Okay, okay.
So yes, you spend 2 blood, you have appearance now of 2, a generic face.
Cool.
This is so sad that you have to conceal yourselves under this guise of discipline use. The real you is much more beautiful.
Your words flourish me. It's nothing. We learn to do this.
Perhaps the words of Carthaginian Cainites ring true. I wonder how they deal with Nosferatu in their midst. Have you ever thought about it?
Yeah, I don't know. Where I come from, Nosferatu is rather in a better place, a better standing. Of course, there are some reasons to it, but I cannot share it.
They claim, the Carthaginians, they claim that Cain and Cainite can walk beside each other. And they live beside each other.
You see, Is
How
that-
do you think this applies to you, to your kin?
wait. Is that the quota, like the all of it, or did you just change a little bit? Is that the thing? They say that the
No,
kind and kindred walk among each other.
that's what they claim.
That's what they
I
claim.
haven't changed a thing.
I mean, you see, a slave and the slave's owner walks among each other too. So they're how to say it? Well, they're ADS. What's called? What's the word for it? Trying to sell something. What was the word for trying to sell something?
To sell?
Wait, reclam. Advertisement, yes! That's the one I'm looking for. Well, it seems like a good way to advertise your own city, but nonetheless, it sounds very foolish for someone to believe, my darling. They say that the two thing walks among each other, but they don't actually speak out how they walk between each other, among each other.
And by this, my friend, you might just be in the midst of things. They like to sell us this point of view, but how does it work exactly? Does the and Nicodemus is clearly taken aback by does the
We
cattle
can,
choose how they are butchered?
well, we can always take an expedition to Carthage. There is nothing stopping us. Or rather, I believe people would encourage us.
Maybe you should take up Evelina's offer. Yes, I think this was her suggestion to visit Carthage.
Oh, I mean, if we talk about it all together and decide to do it, I am fine with going to Carthage. I mean, there's nothing about me shouting Rome.
That depends on who is winning the war currently. Ah, but alas, let us find this old Danny. Perhaps these old timers will know the past times.
Yes, lead the way, lead the way.
This is where Nicodemus will be heading.
All right, so you head to the hut, one of the old timers. It looks pretty standard, 1.5 stories, pretty sturdy thatched roof.
Actually, Nicodemus would like to buy a drink from the owner, like some wine.
Okay, he will pour you a glass.
No. I'm like a bottle, something to carry with.
Doesn't really have a bottle. He pours it out of a big container
Hmm.
into a little wooden cup.
So does he have like buckets to sell or something? No, not buckets, like canteens or something.
No, but if you promise to bring the cup back, he'll let you take it with you.
Cups. We want something bigger.
Why do we want this again?
To make a first good impression. First impression is everything, Sybil. You of all people should know.
Hey, I give you 5 copper. Would you sell that cup to us?
I mean, he'll sell you a whole drachma of wine, the whole big, huge container of it.
No, let's not go crazy.
That'll make a really good first impression. You got me this much booze?
Let's just take 2 cups. You and I.
Yeah, say this isn't a Roman tavern. This is a village, place.
Okay.
Options are limited.
Yeah, I mean, I looted that money from corpses, so I really don't care what
Your money,
happens to it.
you pay money. You got enough.
Okay. Well, we take the cups. But I don't know. This seems rather a simple gift if you think about it. Isn't that more flavorable?
All right, you make your way to the first hut. Again, fairly standard. Nothing appears to be too surprising.
Nicodemus knocks at the hut.
Nobody appears to be up. There's no lights inside of it or anything like that.
Hello? Hello? Anybody? Anybody in there?
I assume you knock a little harder.
Yep.
You hear a voice on the inside. Tell him to go away.
Wait. This is something important. We are the foreigners.
You hear something moving behind the door, and it opens, and there's a woman standing there, adult female in her night clothes. She's like, "What do you want?"
I am terribly sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but we're looking for old Danny. That was the name that the bartender has given us.
And she is back. Grabs. Old dude comes out scratching his nether bits and typical night garments, which is basically nothing at all. Old gray, scraggly skin hanging, body hair everywhere. What? What do you want?
We're travelers of sorts, and we wish to explore this strange new place we're in. We're seeking the answers of the past times, and we're told that you may have some glimpses to the past. The good old times, as they say.
It's too late. Come talk in the morning.
Can't I really loosen your tongue? And Nicodemus wiggles with the cup of wine in front of him.
If you got a couple of coins to go with it, I guess I could wake up enough to help.
Yeah, I have a couple of coins. Take this to copper.
He takes what you offer, starts slamming the wine. You better make it quick. This wine goes right through me.
We can always buy more and bring it to you. Don't worry.
Nicodemus seems amused by how it all works.
Okay, so we want to know the stories, the culture around the maze underneath the city, and the Minotaur. You know, what do people know? What do people tell to your children?
When you talk about the maze, he forks a sign of the evil eye at you. That's cursed down there. You stay out of there. Let's do nothing but bring you bad luck.
Why?
The gods curse that place. Nobody
Why?
goes down there comes back.
Why?
I don't know. Ask the priest. They just do. Gods do what they do. All I can tell you is that old Angie's grandson went down there in the time of my youth. Took down the prettiest lass with him, looking for a little place. He wandered over the hill, found a little seaside opening, and he points west. Thought they found a nice little place to hide up, have some fun. They never came back. The village lost 3 people going after him. His dad, his ma, and his grandpa all went in after him. Never came out.
Wait. It's the only entrance you know to the maze?
It's a cursed place. We don't talk about it.
Okay. But priest.
What about the well?
What about the well?
What about the well?
It's a well. What about it? It's been here in the time of my grandfather's grandfather.
The well, it opens to the maze.
It what?
It opens to the maze.
Oh my god!
If you
Oh my god! Poseidon's cursed us! We're all gonna die! He gets up, he starts running away.
No.
You have to tell this to others.
Nicodemus grabs the man. No. At least he tries to,
But
unless the
no,
man is too
let
good.
Well,
him
he's
know.
just an old dude. You're gonna outpower him for sure.
Let the
So,
guy know.
so Nicodemus tries to take over Sybil, and he goes like, "No. My friend was just joking. This,
No, I'm not joking.
That's
It's
not
truth.
funny.
It's truth.
no,
It's truth.
no,
I'm not lying.
no. This is
Look
this
at
is
look
cra-
at my
this
eyes.
is crazy. This is
All right.
crazy.
He
But
tries to shake you off and starts trying to get away from you. I have to go tell
Look
the
at-
others. This is terrible. Oh my God.
Do that. Run.
Poseidon, and he starts screaming. He starts screaming for people. Hey, you guys gotta wake up. Oh, it's terrible
I leave the
news.
place.
Nicodemus
I leave the
tries
place.
to use obfuscate one to quell him down.
It gets immediately quiet. And he turns to look at you. He knows you guys did something. He's not stupid. And he starts mouthing the words, and you can hear him mouthing. You can see the mouth is like spawn of titans, devil spawn. You cursed. Oh, I have to get away from you. You've killed us all. And he's
I
like
will use
trying to
Song
jerk away from you guys and get away.
I will use Song of Serenity while he's struggling.
Where are we exactly? Is it a possibility to pull him out, into some place very private?
Yeah, it's late enough. There's nobody around. He's gonna fight you with everything he has, but between the two of you guys,
Okay,
can't do anything.
While he's struggling with Nicodemus, I'm just going to use Song of Serenity on the guy.
All right, start rolling.
Okay. Once.
Keep rolling.
Never stop once.
Keep rolling.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, that's enough.
Damn, that guy has huge willpower.
Well, he's kind of scared out of his fucking mind right now.
I'm like Steven, while looking at the guy, I'm also smiling and kind of laughing. There's like chuckles coming under his mind.
Sybil's kind of humming, singing something as the guy struggles against Nicodemus, rather unsuccessfully. And whatever Sybil's doing finally calms him down. He gets super quiet and just kind of goes limp in your arms.
Okay, Nicodemus, you can drop the obfuscate now.
By the way, you had to go out of obfuscate to do that.
Yeah.
We're out to obfuscate.
Yeah, but I'm obfuscate 3 is selective, right?
Yeah, but you couldn't have obfuscate 1 while you were doing that.
Yeah, I wasn't having obfuscate 1. It was Nicodemus having obfuscate 1.
But it still affected you if you're close.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. If I'm close that my voice is not reaching, I will just then hold the
It's
shoulder
good enough.
of
Don't worry about it.
Nicodemus.
You just had to back off.
Yeah, okay. I did, and I hold the guy from hands gently, not intimidatingly. I will ask, so, old grandpa, tell me what you know about this thing about maze. Why is it cursed? What do you know about it? Tell me everything.
I did tell you everything.
No.
Nobody lives who goes in it.
What about priest? What does priest know about
I don't
maze?
know. Ask him.
Is there any relatives of this missing children, the youngling?
The sister
alive?
still lives. She's over down and out way in the village somewhere.
The sister of the girlfriend
girl.
of the Andres.
She's got great grandkids of her own now.
Okay.
What is her name?
Alethea something. Strangia.
Okay. Grandpa, I think we have nothing more to talk with you. You can go back to your wife and sleep. You seem tired. Get a rest.
Okay.
Ah, can I get a willpower point for my nature, Eye of the Storm? Or what?
No, because you kind of caused that.
I caused it. Yeah, but it didn't harm to me, right?
It almost did. It almost harms you both. In fact, it's going to harm you both as soon as everyone wakes up in the morning and he starts talking.
Yeah. Oh, he is. I believe he has to roll for daily or something till that he is under effect of the Song of Trinity. So we have few days at least.
Well, he can't take a lot of actions, but he can talk.
Yeah.
And he can talk about how the two nighttime visitors who came in the night told him their well is cursed and is connected to the cursed labyrinth. And now they have to fill it in and dig a new one.
Yeah. But
You
he
know-
will speak
you
it. He will speak it like you speak. So he's like, there is a labyrinth. Two guy came tonight.
Yeah, and as soon
they
as that
told
news spreads,
me."
what do you think's going to happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I will be not involved, but I will have no idea of it.
I think you should roll wits plus politics.
Yeah, we already know without the roll that the things have fucked up.
Have you seen too much?
Actually, you will regain a willpower point for that one.
Yeah, because I don't need it. I have full willpower point. I just asked if it was.
Yep. So I think you guys should roll wits plus politics.
Okay. Why not? No,
Ah,
no. I mean,
Sure,
I
that's
thought
needed,
it
but-
was something Sybil would do because it was fun. So it might be stupid, but it was fun. It's 7 actually, so that's 1 success, not 3.
Okay.
Wits plus politics.
So let's see, Eye of the Storm.
All right. You know what? You think you guys can get away with this?
Yeah, we can handle it. We can handle it.
It won't
We
be a
can-
big deal.
we can- yeah, we can say that we weren't there.
So
that's
Nicodemus tries to tell the man that this
Oh, so it says. It
Th-
says.
this won't mean a thing. It's the curse is not connected with the well. It's so far apart that it's not going to work, and that Sybil was merely, and that my friend was merely making a jest.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Eyes of the Storm says it does not necessarily have to be.
I know. I said you get a willpower point back for it.
Yeah, yeah. I made it wrong. I made a mistake. I'm
All right.
just talking
Yeah.
about
So
it.
he trudges off back to his hut.
Okay. He goes back to his bar. Well, Nicodemus, it seems we handled it rather good, huh?
Nicodemus waits until they are in private and just slaps Sybil across the face, or at least attempts to.
She's
I
not
can
going to be
take it.
expecting it. You smack her.
Yeah, I don't have problem with
There's a flat crack as your open palm smacks her right in the face.
I keep logging.
Don't fucking insult me.
Okay,
That's
okay.
all Nicodemus
So,
says.
are we going?
And
I
as he
think-
shows off.
I think we should go to the priest. I think we should go to the priest.
Yeah, we should. Are you going to tell all the crazy ass stories that we've encountered so far?
Hey, the chaos.
Just to
is
break,
a-
just to further on break the silence of the blood?
Chaos is a ladder, my friend. Chaos is a ladder. It has nothing to do with my actions. It's all about the greater picture.
What's the
relativity-
greater picture? The one that you're going to get the Canaanite version of crucifixion?
I'm definitely not getting it. It wasn't me who said it. I didn't share the information. It was not me. There was two strangers, and that's it. two strangers could be anyone, anything. I will be a good setup. Well, let's go to the priest. We can worry about this later, next night. Right now, we have the time. And the guy will be rather like tree, a vegetable. So, do we find a priest?
You're really getting off of this, just provoking everyone. Is it your plan to antagonize everything?
Life is I can't speak that word. My tongue seems too deformed for that. I mean, life is like that to me. Why
Alright.
shouldn't I be to others?
You guys make your way back to the palace.
Oh, do we? I thought we would
Eventually,
go to the priest.
yes. Well, where do you think the priest is going to be at?
Makes sense.
And
Nice.
his people refuse to let you in. No, you cannot come in. He is sleeping. Go away and come back in the morning.
Are they human?
Yes, they are.
Do they look like ghouls?
Do you have auspex too?
I do not.
Then you have no clue.
Are you ghouls? No, just kidding. Okay, like morning what? Morning 1, morning 2, morning what?
Come back 4 hours after sunrise. That should be enough time for him to have had breakfast. And be able to hear
Okay.
petitioners.
I will send Prometheus. I will send Prometheus. Don't worry, Nicodemus. I will send Prometheus.
I worry each time you open your mouth.
Ouch.
What's the last hour he's working to? Nicodemus asks the guard.
Yeah, latest hour.
Oh, I can't really say for sure about the Lord's schedule, but he typically oversees services and does blessings, and usually around sunset he eats a light meal and then goes to bed.
So a question.
Thank you for this information.
Are you from this town?
He looks at you. Go away.
No, wait. Tell me, what do you know about the maze?
God damn it!
No. My friend, I think we've had too much of the strong booze they serve in the local taverns. And it's really not the time to be nagging the priest or this handsome young fellow and standing watch, so let us vacate from his premises.
Okay, I will give a wink and follow. Okay,
You'll try to seduce him next time.
I will try to say this.
And Nicodemus wobbles away.
No, I'm not trying to seduce the guy. So, where are you going to take us, Nicodemus? What are we going to do?
For me, the night has ended, at least as you are concerned.
Okay, we can go to sleep. We can go to slumber.
Okay.
Let's go. Don't let me stop you.
Everybody's back to the chambers except for Nicodemus, unless he says otherwise.
How much time till sunrise?
Oh, another 4 hours, easy. 5 hours, maybe.
Wait, didn't we decided to go back and sleep?
No, I don't think Nicodemus is going to be anything else.
Nicodemus basically sent you back to your room.
Okay, shit, I forgot to feed.
And when they get back, I'll just say, how did your expeditions?
It went perfect.
It went terrible. Although we've managed to find some clues, apparently someone has been trying to unlock the secrets of the labyrinth a while back, and they've been they've been trying to access it from a different place.
Okay, so head. You know, this is a scenario, not actual reality, but in case that some guards bust our rooms and take us as fugitives and ask you that where you have been tonight, I want you to
What-
tell them you were
What
not
did
in
you
the-
do?
I didn't do anything. This is for safety of yours, okay? If guards take you and ask you where you've been this night, I want you to tell them you were not here, you were in the town, okay? Because if you say that you were here in the palace, it might be problem. So if they ask you, I want you to tell that you've been in the town.
Except they know that I've been in the palace.
Nicodemus
but
is
it
just
does
one
not
big
matter.
facepalm at this point.
No, it does not matter. You've been here. You have to lie them, and you have to tell that you're here in the town. Okay.
What?
Just lie the guards if they ask you where you've been. If they ask your location.
No. With that, she's just gonna turn around and go to bed. She's had enough of this for the night. And she hasn't even seen it all.
I guess I will sleep too.
Okay, that brings us to an end for tonight. Everybody gets an experience point.
Sorry, what?
Everybody gets an experience point for tonight.
Cool.
Okay, one. Cool.
Just one. If Nicodemus has anything he'd like to discuss with me after the official game session is done, I will stay on for a bit.
I probably need to drop out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching episode 45, Inconsequential Decisions. Whether they are truly inconsequential remains to be seen. However, for that you will have to tune in next time as we explore what happened and what goes on as a result of these seemingly inconsequential choices. So, thank you again, everyone, and have a great evening.